Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes, Jonathan. We we were looking for a conservatory roof replacement, and we engaged this company in January 21. We paid a deposit to them.
Why did you need to have your conservatory roof replaced?
I'm sorry?
Why did you need to have your conservatory roof replaced?
It was old. It was in need of an upgrade. We were offered insulation and a tiled roof in place of the plastic sheets that were aging.
Yes.
So we went for the upgrade.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I know it's a lot of people are going for that. I have a conservatory that is, for a lot of the year, fairly unusable. Because in the winter months it's absolutely freezing in there, and then in the summer it can be like an oven. So I think these tiled roofs are supposed to be a way of evening out the temperature, aren't they? So that it's a more usable room throughout the year.
Indeed, they are. Yes, and the insulation that they put in also helps a great deal. And then you get a plastered internal ceiling.
Right, so how much was this going to cost to have the roof replaced?
Total cost was £8,721.
Yeah.
Paid in stage payments throughout the installation process.
Yeah.
We paid a third of it up front, a third on the structural roof element being put in, and then a final payment on completion.
Mm-hmm.
And it was only after completion and having paid the final payment, that we discovered we had a roof leak.
Ah, so at the very end of it, they kind of said, you're happy? Would you like to pay the balance? And you said, yeah, all looks lovely. You paid it, and then it rained.
Absolutely.
Oh dear. Right. That's not advisable. And where was the water coming in from?
Well, they'd offered us that they would fit a roof window, which we thought was quite a good idea. And the roof window, subsequently, we found out wasn't fitted correctly. The window manufacturer checked it, condemned the installation, and said it wouldn't be covered by their warranty. And so we were rather in a bit of an awkward position with that. We went back to the company who installed the roof and the window. They wanted to stand by its correct installation, but obviously we couldn't go along with that with no warranty and no backup from the manufacturers. They ummed and ahed for ages, didn't reply to our emails and texts, and finally they did remove the window in July, filled in the gap with insulation, tiling on the outside. So although we haven't got a roof leak anymore, we've got an incompleted job. We're still waiting for the roof to be plastered internally.
Right, okay. So they fixed the leak. It's no longer leaking, but all the damage on the inside has still not been repaired.
That's right, yeah.
Okay, why not? What are they saying?
Various reasons. Shortage of manpower. Can't get hold of plasterers. Initially, the COVID scenario obviously was blamed. All manner of excuses given. We had a plasterer work for us on another job, and I passed over his details to them. He said he would be available, and they didn't bother to get in touch with him. So,
right, very frustrating. So you've kind of hit a bit of a brick wall now, and you just feel you can't get them back to finish the job properly.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we're still waiting. And again, we don't get any replies to our messages, regardless of who we speak to or contact or address the messages to. The top management, they just don't reply. And
That's
I
very
certainly wouldn't recommend anybody else to go to them for sure.
Well, how had you come across this company?
I'm sorry?
How did you come across this company?
Found them on the internet. They did come with good references, but we've subsequently found out that there are a lot of bad references out there, mainly concerning the building control certificate, which is one of the reasons why we went with this particular company. Is we thought the building control element was an important part of it, that if we decide to sell the house at some time, it's always good to have that extra security there, that the work's been carried out correctly. But apparently they don't even register these jobs with building control, so there's no chance of us getting a certificate at all.
Okay. Well, I would certainly urge, and at this stage I don't know which company you're talking about, although I'll be honest with you, one or two alarm bells are ringing from some of the facts you're mentioning.
Yeah.
It's starting to ring some alarm bells.
Mm-hmm.
My advice to anybody listening to the programme, if you are ever thinking of replacing your conservatory roof, do your homework first and look up the company you're about to use and see what other people are saying, because there are some good companies out there and there are some less good companies out there. And what you don't want to find is yourself in a similar position to Ian, where you've got a conservatory roof that isn't fit for purpose because it's leaking. Then it takes absolutely ages for them to come and repair it. But then, very importantly, the building control certificate that they've promised you'll get on completion of all of this never materialises. So you're in a position where, frankly, you've got a conservatory that would probably make it very difficult for you to sell your house, Ian.
Indeed, yes. Yes, it could prove problematic.
Well, it could, and it may well mean that if you cannot get this company to do what they need to do, you're going to have to start involving have you spoken to the local authority directly?
No, not directly, not yet.
Right.
We're still hoping to get it finished, but it's looking as though we're going to have to take the matter back into our own hands to finish the work off.
Fine. Okay. Well, this sounds like a fantastic opportunity for new JVS show recruit Miles. Hello. To get your teeth into.
Yeah.
I have a sneaky... I don't know at this stage, but I have a sneaky feeling I know which company this is.
Right.
And if it is...
Yes.
This is going to be very interesting.
Okay, so you're giving me a hard one to start with.
Yeah, I think throw you right in at the deep end. Ian, listen, what I'll do, I'll pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word with this company and we will find out why they've left you in this position. You've paid them a lot of money. You've got a conservatory that was leaking. You've got a conservatory that even when they fixed the leak, they still haven't repaired the damage inside. And you've got a conservatory that you haven't got the building control certificate for, so you can't sell your house. It's not ideal.
Not at all, no.
Okay.
I appreciate your help, Jonathan, very much.
We'll do what we can. I'll pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail. Now, Chris has an issue with a tarmac path just outside his mum's bungalow. He says trees next to the path are making the surface very uneven.
My mother, who's got one of these framed walkers, the wheels actually sink into the cracks and she can't move the walker at all. So she ends up like a dead stop. The other issue is, apart from the tree roots, the local water company have got their meter boxes that have sunk. So we've got potholes, in effect, where the meter box covers are in the tarmac.
Well, Chris complained to the local authority. He said the local authority did come out and carry out some kind of repairs to the pathway, but they're not satisfactory. And he said he just cannot get them to come out and do the job properly. So I went off to have a word with the council, and if you were following this story at the end of last week, you'll recall that the council came back to me with some photographs that they said clearly demonstrated that they'd carried out a perfectly reasonable repair. Well, Chris is back on the JVS show. Hello, Chris.
Hi there.
So, for anybody listening to the programme that wasn't around on Friday, if I direct you to my Twitter page, if you go to the official JVS, and scroll down and you'll see my tweet from Friday with the before and after photo that Milton Keynes Council sent. The before photo on the left-hand side, which shows a cracked pavement, and the after photograph on the right-hand side that shows, albeit a lot of you weren't very impressed with the quality of the repair, you thought it looked like a bit of a patchwork quilt of a pavement, but they've clearly tarmacked over all of the uneven bits to provide a smooth surface. But while I was on air, Chris, you logged on to Twitter and you had a little look at the photo that that the council had sent, and you said, but that's not the bit outside my mum's bungalow.
That's right.
You said the bit outside my mum's bungalow has not been repaired. It's still
exactly all the problem. Yes.
It's still all cracked, and ultimately what you were suggesting was that Milton Keynes Council had been selective in the photo that they had sent, making it look as if the path had all been repaired, when in actual fact it hasn't been repaired.
That's right.
Well, what I have done, I have just posted, and you'll have to forgive me, I tried every way I could to get the photos to go up the right way, and it didn't matter what I did to these photos. They were on the side. I don't know how you took them or sent them to me, but I tried everything, rotating the photos, but every time I've tried to tweet them, they go on the side. But you can have a look. If you go to the official JVS on Twitter and have a look now, there's a photograph of I presume that's your mum with her little furry boots on?
Yeah, that's the old dear.
That's the old dear, is it? You can call her that, I can't. There she is with her walker, and you're showing one of the wheels that is jammed in a very uneven part of the pavement. Then there's a photograph of your mum walking towards you, again with her walker, across an uneven section of the pavement. And what is interesting to see, so is your mum's property, is it where that fence has been kind of replaced? There's a newer bit of fence?
Yes, at the very end of the terrace of bungalows.
Right. What you can see from the photo is where the repair Milton Keynes Council say they have done finishes. And it finishes quite a long way down from where your mum lives.
Exactly. They
Now,
surveyed it and decided, obviously, from there to the end of the bungalows, which are all disabled bungalows, doesn't need doing.
no, and that's interesting. So I think probably you're right in what you've said, that the council have obviously had a look, and they obviously felt the bit they have repaired was in need of repairing, but they obviously didn't think the bit further up outside your mum's house was bad enough to warrant a repair.
Exactly my problem, yes.
Which is why what I would like to do, and I have obviously gone back to Milton Keynes Council, I've sent them over the photographs, I have explained to them that you feel they've been selective in terms of what they've chosen to send me. I've sent them the photos that you've sent, and I've said, why have you not done the bit outside Chris's mum's bungalow? They are investigating and will come back, but I'm very interested in the meantime to hear from my listeners as to whether the people of Beds, Herts and Bucks listening to this programme feel it was reasonable for the council to stop their repair where they have and not continue all the way up to the section outside your mum's bungalow. So if you could please have a little look on Twitter, if you go to the official JVS on Twitter, look at those photographs, and then can you just respond to the photos and let me know whether you think the council should come back and finish that repair all the way up to Chris's mum's bungalow's property or not. Let's leave it there for now, Chris. I'll see what people listening think. I will stay in touch with Milton Keynes Council, and we will wait to hear how they intend to proceed with this, OK?
I think it was a bit cheeky to use selective photographs as the work they'd carried out.
Well, I think it's very clear that they've obviously sent photo. I mean, I'm going to be charitable to Milton Keynes Council for 1 second. I'm going to assume that they thought your mum's property was one of the properties that would have benefited from their repair.
Yes.
I'm going to assume that's the case. But so I mean, let's just assume that and move on. But I do recognise your annoyance that certainly the photos that they have sent seem to finish before where your mum lives. So they're not really demonstrating the pavement outside your mum's house.
The only thing I can say in their favour is, because we've got the bulk of the trees which are causing the damage, maybe they're waiting until the trees are removed. That's the only thing I can think.
Well, maybe, but if you're telling me that the state of that pavement is such that your mum, who is disabled and who has to use a walking frame, if you're suggesting that it's so bad she cannot get out of her own property down that pathway, then she can't really afford to wait very much longer, can she?
I mean, no, things need to be put in motion. If the trees are coming out, let's get it done.
Yeah.
I can understand that they don't really want a tarmac if it's going to be damaged by the tree roots again. So why can't we get the works put into some sort of schedule and get the things sorted?
Okay. Well, as I say, I've put the photos on Twitter. Have a look, please, ladies and gentlemen. Give me your feedback and I will report back as soon as Milton Keynes Council come back with a response. Chris, we'll talk very soon. To Bish's case, Bish was telling me he moved into a bungalow in January of 2021. He had built-in wardrobes in his old property, but he knew he needed to sort out some new hanging space. Well, eventually he chose some flat-pack furniture, cost about £400, but Bish was telling me he's had problems with it ever since.
I'm quite an accomplished home DIYer, and I've built many flat-pack pieces of furniture. So it was built and it was fine, no issues. Took a little while. And then my wife set about putting all the clothes that we wanted to into this wardrobe. Lovely jubbly. And then the next morning, my wife opened the wardrobe, but unfortunately, it slipped off the bottom rail of this sliding. It's got two sliding doors, and both doors have got mirrors on them. It slipped off, it hit the other sliding door, chipped one of the mirrors, and it's jammed the doors in the closed position.
Well, Bish contacted the company, explained the situation, but he felt they weren't being very helpful at resolving the issue for him. So he came to me. Well, I went off to have a word with this company on Bish's behalf. He's back on the JVS show. Hello, Bish.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Bish. So, as you are well aware, you had purchased this furniture from Benson's for Beds. They came back initially with this. They said that you'd contacted the team at Benson's, and they said that they were initially led to believe that the damage was caused by an accident due to the misassembly of the wardrobe. But they said that what they'd done in order to try and work out what had caused the problem was to arrange for an independent assessor to come out to your property, have a look at the way you've put the furniture together, make sure that you've done it properly. If you have done it properly and the wardrobe has failed because of some kind of manufacturing component problem, then they said they would obviously sort it all out at no cost to you. However, should they turn up and find you are the furniture assembly equivalent of Frank Spencer and you've put it all together incorrectly, then to be honest, you were going to be on your own. Well, you said, well, look, I'm very confident when they look at it, they will see I've put it together properly. You said you know exactly what you were doing. But when I returned from my holiday, I was extremely disappointed to hear, Bish, that Benson's for Beds could not arrange for an independent person to come out to assess this furniture until the end of September. So what were they really expecting you to do? Were they genuinely expecting you just to put up with the fact that you couldn't get access to any of your clothes for weeks on end because all of your clothes were trapped in this wardrobe? It's absolutely ridiculous. So I went back to Benson's for Beds again on your behalf. They came back and have said that now, as a goodwill gesture, they have decided they are just going to replace the wardrobe for you. They said that there would be no issue if you had in fact caused some damage to the doors in order to access your clothes. They said that's no problem if you want to kind of break it open so that you can get access to your clothes. But they did say that there was a 4 to 6 week lead time on a replacement. Now, I think they've communicated all of that to you. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. However, obviously, when I spoke to them, and thank you for calling them and contacting them, just a few hours after the show, they did contact me. I did explain to them they hadn't realised my clothes were trapped in the wardrobe, and that's why they've made that offer of replacing the wardrobe. But I did inform them because it was trapped. I would obviously they want the old wardrobe dismantled and returned to them on the same day as the delivery, which I said, okay, fine, no problems. But I did inform the person that contacted me that I would have to break at least one of the doors to gain access, because all the screws and fittings are internal, as most wardrobes are, and then I could proceed to remove my clothing and then ultimately dismantled. And they were a little bit surprised at that I should need to break it. And I explained.
But I don't understand why any of this is surprising. I mean, I've just gone back while you're talking to look at the first email I sent them, which was sent on Tuesday the 10th of August, which was the day you came to me about this. And I'm just looking at the email that I sent them. Let me just read you the email that I sent them. I said, Bish purchased a wardrobe from Benson's for Beds. He put it together. The first time he went to use it, the door came off the runners, broke the glass, and jammed closed. Their clothes are stuck inside. You know, they were aware of the fact that your clothes were jammed inside the furniture. This is not new.
Well, indeed. In my communication prior to coming to your show, I informed them my clothes were trapped in the wardrobe, and I did remind them that the BBC had even told them that mine and my wife's clothes were trapped in the wardrobe. So I said to the representative, I'm surprised you don't know this, because all the communication does state this, but this has been very much their style of communication towards me, that they initially stated that I had stated that, or written down that it was accidental damage. Nowhere did I state it was accidental damage. I already, in my first email to report the problem, I said it had come off the runners, and nowhere did I say it was accidental. And once again, they come up with these assumptions.
Well, look. I mean, let's move on from that. But it is frustrating that something as fundamental as the fact that, I mean, the whole point of this complaint was the fact that the wardrobe was holding your clothes hostage. So it's frustrating that only seems to now have been grasped. So have you now managed to break open the wardrobe in order to access your clothes?
This is very much I wanted to speak to you about, is that although I did mention it on the phone to the representative, that I would need to break into the wardrobe, obviously, should I put this in writing to them and state the fact?
I don't think you need to, because let me just read you word for word the response that I received last from the representative for Benson's for Beds. The representative who deals with their press contacts has said, I have spoken to Benson's again this afternoon. They are sorry this has run on for so long, and I'm pleased to say as a goodwill gesture they've agreed to replace the wardrobe, and there'll be no issue if Bish has to cause some damage to the doors in order to access the inside of the unit. I've got that in writing. So
fantastic.
Go ahead and do it. I mean, obviously, don't smash the whole. Don't take an axe to it.
No, but there is at least one door I would need to find a way, and I can't see any way other than breaking it. Just one door. I can't see any other way because all the fittings are internal. It's just not possible to dismantle the wardrobe from the outside.
Well, as I say, I mean, I've got it in writing that they are saying there won't be a problem if you need to cause damage to it in order to access what's inside. So go ahead, do it. And if there's any kind of comeback, if there's any problem, I've got that to for us to be able to use.
And my second question to you, obviously, the length of time, by the time the new wardrobe arrives, they've said, this was obviously, I spoke to them last week, that there was a 4-week lead time in delivery of this wardrobe.
Well, they've said to me 4 to 6 weeks.
Okay. Obviously, I then went on to mention that about the assembly of the wardrobe, and I said this time I think to avoid any issues, perhaps I should arrange professional assembly. They said, well, we don't arrange it. We don't have internal fitters. You could go to the shop and they have people that's left their business cards, and you could choose one of them. Or indeed, the inspection company they had chosen does do wardrobe fitting. Now, perhaps this might be a little bit cheeky of me. Could I ask a contribution from this company for the assembly, considering by the time the wardrobe arrives, this issue would have lasted something between 2.5 to 3 months.
Well, I think you're perfectly within your rights to ask, and it may well be that Benson's for Beds decide they want to assist you further. I think the slight problem that we have in all of this, and this is not through any fault of yours, is that we didn't ever get to a point where we had an independent person stating categorically that the wardrobe had jammed shut with all of your clothes inside because of a manufacturing defect.
Yes,
so
right.
There's still this, from an independent perspective, there's still this question mark over, did it jam because you put it together wrong, or did it jam because it was manufactured in a bad way? Now, I don't know. Obviously, you're very insistent that you put it together properly.
Quite so.
You have to understand, though, from my perspective, I've got no guarantee of that. So, and Benson's for Beds have come back and have said that the way they are proceeding now with this is, as far as they're concerned, as a goodwill gesture. Regardless of whatever has gone wrong to cause the problem in the first place, as a goodwill gesture, they're prepared to replace it for you.
Sure.
They're not accepting liability. They're not saying, OK, yes, we now agree with Bish that this wardrobe was manufactured in a way that meant when he put it together, it jammed. They haven't said that. So I don't think there's any guarantee they'll make a contribution. But I think it's certainly worth, if you want to ask them if they'd like to contribute towards having a professional install it for you, I think it's absolutely worth asking the question. I mean, they can only say no.
Quite so, yes. Okay,
but in terms of if you're asking me, can I force them to do that, or can I put pressure on them? I can't, because of that fundamental point that I can't say categorically, because I've not seen the wardrobe. And even if I did, to be honest, I'm not a furniture expert, so I don't know whether you've put it together right or not. But I can't categorically say that the wardrobe has jammed shut because of a manufacturing problem.
Sure.
Do you know what I mean? So, I have to try and be fair to both parties. So I think the best that we can do is to make sure that you get your new wardrobe. We can make sure that it doesn't matter that you've caused damage to the existing one, because I've got that in writing that states the case. And then I think if you write to them and ask them whether they are prepared to make a contribution towards the cost of professional installation of the new one, we can see what they have to say.
Sure.
Okay. Bish, can you let me know when you've managed to break into the wardrobe and get access to your clothes, please?
Yes, we'll be very pleased to finally get because obviously we've initially packed away our autumn and winter clothing, and there has been a few days where we could have done with some of those, and certainly my wife attended her son's wedding, and she had to purchase all new outfit and handbags for it because all her finest garments were in the wardrobe.
All jammed in the wardrobe.
Yeah.
Well, there we go. Well, listen, can you let me know as soon as you've broken in? Let's take it from there. And until you've got your new wardrobe, I'm not going to be concluding the story, so please keep me posted. Remember Vicky? Vicky was telling me in August of 2019 she purchased a new TV. But one day turned it on and was very disappointed.
All we had was a blank screen, but we could hear the sound perfectly fine, but we just had a blank screen. We did what we researched, unplug it from the main, it unplugged for a while and hold the power button in for 30 seconds. Nothing worked. So the following day, we emailed the retailer explaining what the fault was. They basically came back and said, we need to go back to the manufacturer, which we thought was wrong advice because obviously our contract is with them, not the manufacturer. And their response was that our 12-month warranty has expired, so there was nothing they could do.
Well, if you are a regular listener to the programme, you will know that if you purchase a product from a retailer in the United Kingdom, you're protected by the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. Now, that states that any product you purchase is fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, Vicky's argument was that this TV, at the point that Vicky came to me, it hadn't even lasted for 2 years. Who in their right mind would go out and spend hundreds and hundreds of pounds on a TV that wouldn't even last 2 years? The simple fact is, whether the warranty has run out or not, unless you've broken it as a customer through misuse, you are entitled to expect that television to last for a reasonable amount of time. So when Vicky went back to the retailer, even though the warranty had run out, on establishing that the problem was not caused by Vicky's misuse of the TV, the retailer should have organised for somebody to come round and to fix it for her. And that's exactly what I went to explain to that retailer on Vicky's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Vicky.
Hi, Jonathan.
Now, as you know, the retailer didn't want to talk to me. They haven't wanted to talk to me the whole way through. Now, I've never come across this company before. I think you just kind of found them on the internet, didn't you?
We did, yeah.
They weren't a local company. In fact, they would appear to be based in Blackpool. It's a company called Reliant TV. And they came back and they said that they were prepared to talk to you, but they weren't prepared to talk to me. But when I pointed out the fact that they didn't seem to be providing you with a reasonable response, i.e. addressing your rights under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, they didn't change their position. So unfortunately it left you with no alternative but to put them on notice that you are now intending to pursue them through the Small Claims Court. I gather you've heard from them and things have developed somewhat. What's the latest?
Yeah, so we ended up getting a engineer's report to diagnose what was wrong with the TV and a quote for the repair. And Reliant Direct did actually then offer to pay half of the total cost for us.
With a view to it not then going to court?
Yes, that's right. So we were then left with the decision as to whether we would accept their offer or continue to the Small Claims Court. And after sort of discussing it, we reluctantly decided to accept their offer for them to pay half the total cost, which is what we've now gone ahead and actually done. So the TV has been repaired, and they have paid us half the cost of it.
So how much did it end up costing you?
In total, it was £150, which they then agreed to pay half. So
75 quid.
We're not talking huge amounts of money here, but it was obviously all coming down to the principle of it at the end of the day.
So sorry, how much did you say it cost? 150 or 125?
150.
150 quid. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. So it's ended up costing you 75 quid. Well, I mean, look, I understand why you've accepted that offer. And the reason why I understand why you've accepted the offer is that, of course, if you had pursued them through the Small Claims Court, there would have been a cost that would have been incurred by you anyway in order to do that. And of course, there's always a risk when you go to court that things might not go your way on the day. Yeah. So do you know what? I mean, even though, and I really hope that Reliant Direct have fully informed themselves if they weren't aware already, and I'm going to be, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that the reason why they were coming up with the incorrect information they were coming up with previously was that they just weren't aware of your rights under the Consumer Rights Act. Let's hope that that's now changed, and let's hope that they are now fully aware of the rights that all of their customers have when purchasing TVs or any other electrical appliance from them.
Yeah.
I'm not going to give them the horn, but I'm pleased that it's all sorted out, and at least it's sorted out in a way that you're satisfied with. Are you ready to move on?
We are, yeah. And okay. I just wanted to thank you and your team for your help and advice as well, Jonathan.
It's a pleasure, an absolute pleasure. Any other problems, you know where we are, Vicky. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm good, thank you, Paul. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yes. My mother-in-law bought me a new electric cordless mower, primarily because I was having cancer surgery, and I couldn't cope with the petrol mower that I had. So she bought that for me at the end of May 2019. Now, the recovery from that surgery took much longer, so I didn't use the mower at all in 2019. My son, I think, cut the lawn a couple of times just to keep it tidy. Then, unfortunately, in 2020, I had to undergo 3 further surgeries for a different type of cancer. So again, I hardly used the mower. Again, my wife and son maybe mowed the lawn half a dozen times throughout the whole of 2020. So we come to 2021. I'm feeling better. I used the mower, and then we were, very, very good people, and decided to partake in No Mow May. So we didn't mow the lawn at all in May 2021. So realistically, the only time I've used
No Mow May?
Yeah, did you not hear about this? This was sort of it's to help the bees.
Oh, God.
Sorry. Yeah, sort of.
Oh, well, no, I like a nice cut lawn.
Oh, absolutely. It drove me absolutely bonkers. I kept begging my wife, can I cut it now? Can I cut it? No, you've got to go through the whole of May, she said, which I did. I behaved and did as I was told, but I think on June the 1st, the mower came out to mow the lawn. So, yes, I find mowing the lawn very therapeutic.
Yes.
You can just put my earphones in and just toddle around, mowing, and it looks sort of great. And I sit there with a cup of coffee saying, didn't you do well, Paul? Well done.
So what happened when you went to use the mower on the 1st of June?
No, it was fine. So I probably used it 6 or 7 times. And then about 10 days ago, I went to mow the lawn, and it wasn't particularly long because we haven't had any sun for the last couple of months. And I went to use it, and literally as soon as it hit any length of grass, it suddenly made this ooh and stopped, which it has occasionally done, when it's long, either at the end of if I haven't cut it for a few weeks. But so I put it on the highest setting, and still nothing. It was it went. So I'm not particularly mechanical, so I had a poke round. I recharged the battery, so it was a full battery. Still no joy. So I turned it upside down, and where the blade is, it looks like there's a plastic sleeve, probably no longer than about 2 centimetres, separating the blade from the main body, and that had a crack in it. So it was still attached, but it was probably 3/4 cracked. And I think that's what's causing the problem, is that the blade is not working properly, or that the unit is not working properly. So I thought, well, that's not a lot of good. So I got hold of the company and explained exactly what the problem was.
Now, when you say the company, you mean the retailer that your mum had bought it from?
Well, she bought it through a TV shop.
Right. Well, they are the ones that you have a contract with.
Okay, fair enough. Now, to be fair, the company accepted that it's their responsibility because it was registered on their website.
The company, do you mean the manufacturer?
Well, it's a manufacturer come retailer. So, yes, I accept what you're saying is that the television shop, that's where she bought it from.
Yes, your contract is with the company that your mum bought the lawnmower from.
Okay.
So it would be with the television shopping channel. It is not, your contract is not with the lawnmower company, that has a name on the front of the lawnmower. Your contract is not with them.
Okay. Yeah, I accept that. But to be fair, sort of the first dealings with the lawnmower manufacturer, they said, yes, okay, fair enough. The problem is there's no part for this. If I could have bought a replacement blade for £20,
right,
but that doesn't include the sleeves. So the next option was that they said that the whole of the main lawnmower body needed to be replaced, and that retails at £200. And because it was bought May 2019, I was now 3 months out of warranty. So they said, at best, all we can do is offer you a 50% discount, but that still leaves me with a bill of £100 to get this working again. So I listen to you regularly, sort of on the consumer slot, and I quoted the Consumer Act.
Yeah, but that has no bearing on the manufacturer.
Okay.
So that legislation, did they turn around and say, well, that doesn't apply to us in this case?
No, they accepted that it was their machine and their fault. They did challenge me around the fit for purpose, but I also quoted the fair wear and tear.
Yeah, but the slight problem is, Paul, and I love your spirit, and I love the fact you've fought it, but I have a feeling you're quoting the Consumer Rights Act to a company that for whom that does not apply because you don't have a contract with them.
Okay.
So I think what you need to do.
Yeah.
Have you spoken to the television shopping channel at all?
No, I haven't, because to be fair, the manufacturer, played ball right from the beginning because we'd registered it with them immediately. So
and that's fine. And in terms of using the manufacturer's warranty that they have offered, you've tried to do that. However, that warranty is now run out.
Yes.
So they don't have any obligation to do anything further to help you.
Okay.
However, the retailer that your mum purchased this lawnmower from, in this case, this television shopping channel, the Consumer Rights Act that you were quoting, that does apply to them.
Okay.
They've sold you a lawnmower that needs to be fit for purpose, needs to be of reasonable quality, and needs to last for a reasonable amount of time.
Mm-hmm.
And the simple fact is, it hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time. It's not had very much use. From the story you're telling me, it hasn't really, because of your cancer treatment, it hasn't really been used very much. So it certainly hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
And you've tried to speak to the manufacturer, but the manufacturer have quite rightly explained that the warranty is now run out, so there's nothing further they can do to assist. Okay. But of course, your consumer rights do not end when the warranty runs out. So you would like to give the retailer an opportunity to resolve the matter for you.
Okay, fair enough.
So I think you need to just give them a call first. Now, it may well be that they will not want to play ball. It may well be that they will come back and say, oh no, well, I'm afraid it's our policy. They'll come out with all this kind of nonsense. Our policy is 12 months or, but that's when what you were quoting, the Consumer Rights Act, needs to be quoted to them.
Okay, fair enough.
Because your mum purchased that lawnmower, and that lawnmower needs to be of reasonable quality and needs to last for a reasonable amount of time.
Is my mother-in-law, because I know she's listening as we speak.
Okay. Okay. So your mother-in-law.
Yeah, exactly.
I think what I would do, can you give them a call now?
Yeah.
Can you get the ball rolling and let me know what they say. If they say straight away, oh no, there's nothing we can do, it's been too long, then I'd be more than happy to contact them for you this afternoon. But I think you need to try first, because, you know, from their perspective, they haven't even had a complaint from their customer yet. So can you do that, and we'll catch up with you either later this afternoon or tomorrow?
Yeah, of course, again, I'll be on the phone straight after this.
Brilliant, okay. And it's just worth reiterating that, because there are always new people listening to the programme. Your contract under the Consumer Rights Act is with the company that you pay the money to.
Okay.
It's not with the manufacturer. It's with whoever took your money. Whoever took your money has a duty under the Consumer Rights Act to make sure that the product they have sold you is fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and lasts for a reasonable amount of time. Okay?
Yep. Okay, understood.
Paul, if you get that call put into them, and let's talk either later today or tomorrow, okay?
Brilliant, thanks.
Now, Patricia purchased a recliner sofa. It was delivered in August of this year. But 26 days later, she came to me.
On the 14th of August, I found that the mechanism for the recliner isn't operating smoothly, and one of the seats, my preferred seat, was actually dipping in one corner, like it was squidged down quite badly. I messaged them through their website. I've had no response from that. They've also failed to deliver the connecting bars that connect the three pieces of the sofa. I've emailed them twice. I've called them, but I'm just not getting anywhere with them.
Well, Patricia had had enough of it, and she said to me, to be honest, I just want to reject the goods now. Well, she was just within her time period where she could reject the goods, so I contacted the retailer quickly on her behalf to explain all of this to them and to give them an opportunity to resolve the matter for Patricia. She's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Patricia.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Patricia. Now, the company concerned is Furniture Village.
That's right.
They came back with this response. They said, our customer care team are currently in contact with Patricia and have ordered the parts required to rectify the issue.
Right, the parts being the bars, the connection bars.
Don't know. It appears that the attachment arms were missing when the chair was delivered, which has caused it to malfunction. We can only apologise and are trying to ensure that the new parts reach the customer as soon as possible. They continue. If Patricia is not happy to wait for the bars to be delivered and for the chair to be repaired, we will of course arrange a collection and a full refund.
Right. Okay.
Have they communicated any of that to you, or is that the first you're hearing of that confirmation of the offer?
This is the first I've heard of it.
Right. Well, that's a bit disappointing, really, isn't it?
They have not communicated with me at all.
Right.
I've had a letter regarding the missing bars, but there's been no explanation about anything else. It was a subcontracting company anyway. It wasn't Furniture Village themselves. It was on their behalf. And personally, I don't want to repair brand new items.
Well, apart from anything else, how can they have delivered a recliner sofa that has missing attachment arms right from the beginning?
Well, they've never mentioned attachment arms, just bars that go across the back.
Well, I have no idea what on earth has gone on, but it's completely and utterly unacceptable.
Totally.
That brand new furniture would arrive with a customer in this kind of position. So, and I had made it very clear to them that as far as you're concerned, you don't want it repaired, you want your money back. Now, they have said, and I've got it in writing, if Patricia is not happy to wait for the bars to be delivered and for the chair to be repaired, we will, of course, arrange a collection and a full refund. Now, it's a bit disappointing that they haven't contacted you just to make that offer to you and to get the ball rolling.
Exactly.
But would you like me to go back to them and just to say, yes, that's exactly what Patricia would like. Can you please arrange for this furniture to be collected as soon as possible and for a full refund to be given?
I think I have no option. That's my final option right now. So, yes, please.
Now, what are you going to do about furniture?
I have actually had a look around a couple of other furniture shops, and I've found a couple of chairs that'll do.
Well, hang on a sec. There's no need for you to rush into something.
No.
You know, it's better for you to make the right decision rather than just kind of come up with a temporary fix. I mean, because what I could do is I could say to Furniture Village that they've well and truly dropped you in it by providing you with this furniture that is clearly not fit for purpose because it's got bits missing from it. And you're now going to order furniture from elsewhere. But if you can give me an idea as to how long it's going to take, what I can do is to say to them, can they show you the courtesy of leaving you with the existing furniture until your new furniture is ready to be delivered?
That could be an alternate, yes.
Well, I'm happy to do what would you like? Would you like me to get them to hurry up and collect it now? Or do you want me to ask them if they can leave it with you until your new furniture is going to be delivered?
Ideally, I would prefer to keep it for the time being until the new furnitures are actually scheduled.
That would make sense because most furniture, you know, you're going to be looking 6 to 8 weeks for furniture to be delivered. So what you don't want to do is for them to come and take away this furniture and for you to then be stuck in a position where you haven't got anything to sit on. You're having to sit on deck chairs in the living room.
Fantastic. Not good. I'm disabled.
Right. Well, you don't want to be left in that position then. So
No.
I tell you what I'm going to do. I will go back to Furniture Village this afternoon. I will make them aware of the fact that you would like your money back, but it's a bit disappointing. Nobody over the last few days has picked up the phone just to chat this through with you, their customer.
No.
But you'd like to accept the offer of the refund, but can they please leave the furniture with you for a bit longer so you've at least got something to sit on? I mean, if they may well say no to that.
Ah, right, okay.
Well, I mean, they don't have to leave the furniture with you.
I'll have to deal with something else quickly.
Yeah. Well, yeah. But I mean, just if you're going to do something else quickly, make it just a temporary fill-in. Don't rush and go and buy furniture you don't really like.
No, I'll get something cheap, that's self-assembly stuff. That'll do for now.
Okay. Well, I mean, let's hope that they don't put you in that position. I think after selling you and delivering to you furniture that's got bits missing when it should be brand new, I think that would be quite smelly for them to then leave you in a position where you've got nothing to sit on. But they could do that if they wanted to. If they could say, well, no, sorry, we're going to come and collect it. We'll give a full refund, but that's it.
Right.
Right, leave it with me. I will go and have another word with them this afternoon. And Furniture Village, in the meantime, if somebody would like to contact Patricia and talk it through, that would probably be most helpful. Patricia, we'll talk very soon. Hello, Teresa.
Hello, Jonathan.
Teresa, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right, sir. I got married on the 26th of June this year.
Congratulations.
I should have got married. Thank you very much. I should have got married on the 20th of June, but because of COVID, I waited a year.
Oh, right. So you should have got married 20th of June last year, but you got married 26th of June this year.
Yes.
Congratulations. Is this your first marriage, or have you been there before? Oh, second time lucky, eh?
Exactly.
What's the man of your dreams called?
Colin.
Colin. Teresa and Colin. Lovely. Nice sounding couple. What's gone wrong?
Well, basically, I was having a lovely big wedding, 7-page boys, 7 bridesmaids. Everything was going to plan. I planned it. All I needed was a photographer. I phoned up this photographer who is fantastic, but she was booked up, so they recommended somebody else. I booked this person.
Now, hang on 1 second. So you said they recommended someone else. Do you mean
yes, they did.
The photographer that you originally wanted?
Yeah, because she is absolutely fantastic. She done my daughter's wedding in 2016, but she's very booked up, so she could not do my day.
Oh, that's a shame. But she recommended this other photographer because she knew of their work
pictures.
And said it was good?
Yes, I looked at the website and it looked fine.
Okay. Well, there you go. And you'd like to think that from a photographer obviously knows about photos, So they would recognise you'd like to think in other people talent and ability.
Exactly.
Okay. So how much was this wedding photographer going to charge?
£1,300 I paid her.
Okay. What's gone wrong?
My wedding day was absolutely bright, beautiful day. I got married at lunchtime. The photographer turned up at 10 o'clock in the morning. I was in a hotel. My partner at the time, he was 2 minutes down the road. He was in a hotel as well. Everything was going to plan, lovely. My brother turned up at the hotel. The car arrived. There was no photographer. So that was one little issue for me. But we carried on with the rest of the day. Everything was fantastic. The venue looked fantastic. And then the photographer carried on during the day to take all the pictures of the kids, the flower girls, the page boys. And she stayed till 7 p.m. after the first dance, and then she left.
Right. And that was all pre-arranged with her?
Everything was done. Everything was fantastic on the day.
Okay, good. Apart from her not being there at the car when you got in it?
Yeah, I hired a fantastic, beautiful car, and she wasn't there to take a picture of me and my brother, who gave me away.
Where was she with your husband-to-be at that point?
Yeah, but he was only 2 minutes away, so she could have been there.
But did she know? I mean, did anyone give her a call and say...
Yeah, she sort of said she'd be there.
Oh.
But then I arrived at the church and she was at the church.
Oh, okay.
But these are key points that I sort of, would like to have had done.
Right. But this isn't the fundamental part of the complaint?
No, sir.
Okay. Just call me Jonathan. I mean, don't worry, Teresa.
Jonathan?
Let's keep it informal. So she took the photo. She was there till 7 o'clock and everything was fine.
Well, I thought it was fine, yes, till I received my wedding pictures.
Oh, blimey. Why? What's wrong with them?
2 weeks later.
What's wrong?
Well, basically, they were all very dark, dark in colour. They were very orangey in the church. There were lampposts in the pictures. My cake she took, it was like damaged, and she should have took it another angle. They were really bad snapshots of, they were just really bad snapshots, really.
Yes. Now, I've been sent the photos just to have a little look through. I have to be honest with you, I'm not particularly impressed. I've got a very good friend who's a wedding photographer, and his wedding photos they're just lovely. He kind of captures the magic of the day in the photos, and they just look lovely. Everybody looks like they're having a wonderful time, and everyone looks, the bride and groom look in love, and it's just gorgeous. So these do look, I mean, I don't mean to be rude, Teresa, but they look like kind of ordinary photos any Tom, Dick or Harry could take.
Exactly. And I'm paying a professional person. On her website, she tells me she is professional, so I trusted her.
And did you look at some of the examples of photos she'd taken for other weddings?
Yes, I did, sir. Yeah, I did.
Right. And they were all nice?
Yeah, they were fine. They were fine. But
well, hang on a minute. What do you mean by fine? Because fine doesn't sound like a very positive word.
Well, they were very nice then. I was quite happy with them.
Right. So you thought if your photos had looked like the ones on her website, you would have been happy? I
would have done.
Right. So have you complained to her and said that you're not really very happy with them?
Yes, I did. After a couple of days, I couldn't even show people my wedding pictures. I was so disappointed because everyone's comment was, oh my God, they're a bit dark, they're a bit orangey. They never even mentioned the bride or even the children, who look absolutely fantastic.
Right.
So
that's very disappointing.
It was very disappointing for me, very.
So I presume you've contacted her and said, look, I'm really unhappy with the photographs. What has she offered to do anything?
Well, basically, when I did complain, she said, "Well, go on the photos, select which ones you want brightened up, and then just send them to me." But I felt that was very unprofessional, because if I do a job for someone, I would want to rectify my own work. I shouldn't have been able to do that.
But
she should have sent me these pictures in first-class condition.
But does she agree with you that they're dark?
No.
Because, I mean, I would say that quite a lot of them are dark, but not all of them. There are some that are kind of light enough.
She's lightened some of them up, sir.
Right.
And she constantly refuses to acknowledge anything is wrong with her photos.
So
She's
she
putting
thinks
the
they're
blame
nice.
on me.
She thinks they're nice.
Well, she says there's nothing the matter with them. That's her style of work. And she sort of makes me feel that I'm being picky about my pictures.
Mm.
But it's not just me. It's when I show people, they just constantly say, oh my God, they're a bit dark. Why haven't we got any front views of the children? There's lots of back views.
Well, I know that it depends on the photographer's style. So certain photographers, I mean, I think that the days of people all standing together and having pre-posed photographs, I think that's considered...
Want that.
No, I think that's considered to be a bit old-fashioned now, isn't it? So most wedding photographers, they try to capture the magic of the day, and they do it kind of subtly in the background, snapping some of the lovely moments.
Exactly.
And when you see lovely photos from a wedding where the photographer really has just quietly in the background, they've been watching the relationships between people, and they've been snapping away and getting some lovely moments of people laughing and having fun and looking nice and attractive and smart and all those kinds of things. I mean, that's what good wedding photographs should be now. But you're saying you don't feel as if that's what she's managed to capture.
No, I don't, sir. No, definitely not. Definitely not.
Right.
I feel they're very unprofessional.
Oh, dear. So how have you left things with her? Because, it's quite awkward, isn't it? Because you've paid.
Yes.
Photography, a bit like art, can be subjective. And what one person likes, another person doesn't like.
Mm.
I have to be honest, from a completely independent perspective, some of these photos are nice, but quite a lot of them do look very ordinary. They do. I mean, I could probably take photos as good, if not better, using my mobile phone, to be honest.
Exactly, sir. My 10-year-old grandson, he's took some snapshots and they are wow. And that's why I'm so disappointed as well.
Right. Well, I think we need to go and have a conversation with her and just find out what, if anything, she can do. So what is it you'd like her to do? You want her to take all of the photos back and re-edit all of them and lighten the whole lot up?
Well, no, because she's sort of done that. She has sort of done that for me, but I just feel the pictures, the snapshots she has taken are not very professional.
So what do you want?
I would like a refund. I would like a refund because I don't think they're up to standard.
I think that's going to be difficult, to be honest with you. I think it's going to be difficult to do. When you say a refund, you mean a full refund?
No, I'd have half a refund because, like you say, there are odd ones. There are odd ones that are sort of okay.
Well, and the slight reason this is so difficult is because she did turn up on the day of your wedding, and it does sound like she spent the day working, taking photographs of your wedding. So she turned up to do what she was supposed to do. The problem is you don't like the results of it. You having seen her work, you don't really like the photos she's taken.
I wouldn't, as a professional person, I wouldn't have sent them photographs out without not checking them to improve them digitally. Do you know what I mean? Because nowadays you can scroll on a phone, you can emphasise things, make things look better. I think she's just basically done her job and sent me the pictures. Because any normal person would have lightened them pictures up. No way would have any decent photographer sent them pictures out in pitch black. They wouldn't have done. She hasn't done her job.
But she's offered to because the editing process of photography, I gather from this friend of mine who does wedding photography, I think he spends much longer on the actual final editing process than on the day itself. He spends hours on his computer looking at each photo. If the client wants things to be touched up, they can be touched up. He adjusts the colour, the lighting. It's all, that process takes a long time.
Yeah, but she hasn't done that on mine, has she, sir?
No, please call me Jonathan. Honestly, Teresa, Jonathan. I mean, it's a very informal kind of show. I mean, but she's offered to do it again.
She hasn't. She's done it once.
Right. So the photos that I'm looking at, the file of photos, are these the latest ones that she's edited?
They're the only pictures I've got, sir. Jonathan.
Okay. Well, I
think there's a difference between a natural style of photographing, and I think hers are badly structured snaps for me. That's how I describe them. They're not nice photographs. They're badly structured snaps.
I'd love to know from any other photographers, particularly photographers who have experience of weddings, how they would deal with this situation. Because I would imagine from time to time, Teresa, this kind of thing does happen. You're never going to, as a wedding photographer, you're never going to please every single customer, are you? There's always going to be one customer who doesn't like the photos you've taken. Mm-hmm. And it can be subjective.
I'm not moaning about me, though.
No.
I'm not moaning about me, how I look, anything. No. I'm talking about the photography itself.
No, I understand that. The point I was trying to make was, I just wonder how wedding photographers typically would deal with this situation. If a client is really unhappy with the end result after you've done, even if you feel you've done your best and you've taken the photos and you've edited them as well as possible, I just wonder how a professional photographer would typically deal with that. I think, is there an association of wedding photographers? Is there an independent body that you can contact who would be able to give you a kind of independent professional opinion on this?
I don't know.
I wonder whether there is. There must be. Somebody will know there. Hang on a second. Let me look for Association of Wedding Photographers. Is there something like that?
When I've done my research on wedding photographers online, the first thing they say online is, when I do your wedding pictures for the full day, you get a minimum of 400 or 800, up to 800 pictures.
Right.
I've got far less than that. I've got under 300.
See, there's a few. There's the British Institute of Professional Photography.
Right.
There's also the Society of Wedding and Portrait Photographers. See, I wonder whether either this photographer, is she a member of any trade organisation that would be able to get involved and to adjudicate between the two of you to provide a professional opinion on the quality of the photographs you've got? Or I wonder whether they offer a service where you'd be able to show them the photos and they would then, from a professional perspective, be able to say to you whether you've got what they deem to be professional quality wedding photos or not. If they turned round and said, well, no, in our expert opinion, these photographs are not very good, the lighting is appalling, the way they've been shot is not acceptable, that would be very useful in terms of making an argument to her that you are entitled to money back, because you'd be able to say you haven't done what you were paid for, and that is to be a professional photographer on the day.
Well, that's what I feel. I feel when I opened up my phone to see my pictures, I was so disappointed, and I just felt they were unprofessional. I really did.
Hang on 1 second. I just wondered, do you mind if we share a couple of these photographs? If we were to take a selection of, say, 3 or 4 of the photographs, would we be able to share those on Twitter?
Yes, of course you can.
Would you mind? Just because I know a lot of my listeners...
I'd like to hear people's views.
Yeah, a lot of my listeners know about photography. I've got a lot of professional photographers who listen to my programme as well, who may well be able to give their professional view on that. Miles, can we just see if we can put a few of them together?
I'll take some of them now and compile a list that we can put up.
If we could, that would be a very good idea. Jerry in Haverhill is a photographer who does weddings. He's phoned in and wants to have his say on this. Hello, Jerry.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi. I mean, this is a very awkward one, but what would you do in this situation?
Well, it is. I mean, I do all sorts of photography, and I've done my last wedding 3 weeks ago. I don't do any more weddings now, but it's difficult because you hire someone to do their job, and because you don't like what they've done, doesn't mean it's wrong. But I can picture these pictures in my head, and I've seen some horrendous ones, but I think what I would do if I was a photographer, I would probably approach the customer and say, well, look, what don't you like about the pictures? And then try and re-edit them a different way, because with software nowadays, you can change pictures all sorts of different ways, too dark, wrong colour, whatever. So I would approach the customer and say, well, I'm sorry, but if you don't like the pictures, what don't you like about them? Let's try and put it right. But apart from that, it's a very difficult situation.
Have you been prepared to work with the photographer in that way, Teresa, or have you just said to the photographer, no, I want my money back?
No, not at all. I was very polite at the beginning. I just sort of said, very disappointed. She sent me some pictures lightened up, and they were better, definitely. But it was just the
Have
angle.
we seen those? Have you sent those to us or not?
Yes, they're all in the photograph. Some of the ones I've sent you have been lightened up.
There are definitely some that are lighter than others, so they're the kind of improved ones, are they?
Yes, yeah, they are.
The trouble is, Jerry, I mean, they're nice, but they're not wow. They're not.
No, well,
they're not kind of wow. These have been beautifully taken by a really good professional photographer. They're just kind of nice, ordinary photos that anyone could have taken. To be honest,
I suppose it's really on standards. I mean, I'm not being funny, but a lot of people wouldn't know a decent photograph if they saw it, really. And you know, I feel sorry for the Teresa, because it's a very important thing, and you know, you want your pictures to be right, but there are some photographers that are, you know, putting out some bad service, and it's not good.
I just want... Have you... You know, you were recommended this photographer in the first place, Teresa, by another photographer.
Yes.
Have you shown the first photographer the photos that you've got and explained the situation and just got a kind of professional opinion from them in terms of whether they think they're reasonable or not?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't.
That'd be a good idea, that would.
Because I think I'd be inclined to say, look, I went to this photographer because you recommended them. These are the quality of the photos I've got. I'm really disappointed, but can you just give me your view in terms of what you think of them?
I think that's a good idea.
You know, I think that's definitely a good idea, because you would never have come across this photographer if it wasn't for the original one, would you?
No.
Jerry, thank you very much indeed. What we'll do, Miles is going to put some of those photos together.
Yeah.
And I'll tweet them on the official JVS in the next half an hour or so. Have a little look on them and let me know what you think in terms of whether they're reasonable or not, and what you think Teresa should reasonably expect back from the photographer. Teresa, we'll do some work behind the scenes and we'll revisit this very soon. I'll speak to you very soon, OK? Now, Janice came to me last week. Do you remember? She was telling me her husband had been trying to do a food shop online with a particular supermarket. But this supermarket just wouldn't deliver. They've lived in their home for 40 years. They've never had an issue before. But this supermarket said, no, we will not deliver to your address.
He went online and tried to order some shopping and put in our address and everything. And it come up, we cannot deliver to this address because it's a business address. We are pensioners and we live at an end of terraced house. We've never had nothing to do with running businesses or anything. So I don't know where they got it from. I phoned up customer services over the last 4 weeks. They tried to help, but nothing's been done. They can't seem to fix the problem.
Well, I said to Janice, let me go and have a word with them. And Janice said, well, you can try, but, I'm not holding out much hope for you because, I've had so many people promise me they'll get this sorted out and no one's managed to do it. So I said, that sounds like a challenge, Janice. I like a challenge. So I went off to speak to the supermarket on Janice's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Janice.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So have I been successful with the challenge or not, Janice?
Yes, you have. They phoned me up on that Thursday evening at 7 o'clock, a manager did, and got the problem sorted out. So there's no more business address on it.
Right. Well, hey presto there. Now, it's Tesco. That's the company concerned. Tesco came back to me just to say, look, we're not going to provide a statement for the programme, but just to let you know, we've dealt with it. We've sorted it all out for the customer. Customer should be happy. So you obviously are happy. Have you actually had the delivery yet or not?
Yes, we had a delivery on Sunday.
Hey!
So everything went fine.
Oh,
you must have made them jump through hoops.
Well, I do have 1 or 2 hotlines to most companies out there, and I certainly have a hotline to Tesco. But I'm very pleased that they've sorted it out. Did they give you any idea as to what the problem was? Because they haven't explained why there was this issue with your address to me.
I got some lady phoned me up and she said, maybe the van's got broke into, and they was giving me ridiculous ideas, but I think...
hang on a second. Are you suggesting that they might have put a black mark against your address for some reason?
Yeah, I do. I honestly do.
Oh.
But I can't figure it out, unless, of course, they was got us mixed up with another high street about 7 or 8 miles away, which sometimes firms do. They say they've delivered and they haven't delivered.
Well, that's really interesting. And I wonder whether that's more likely to be the problem that you had. Because if you put yourself in the position of one of the supermarkets, most people that order an online shop are probably nice, decent, reasonable people. But there will be some people who will order shopping deliveries and they'll either be rude or abusive or difficult. There may well be a problem in the neighbourhood with people trying to, break into the van or steal stuff from the van. And I wonder whether the supermarkets do kind of flag up certain addresses and say, we're not very keen to deliver to that address because we've had a bad experience in the past. I wonder whether that then, rather than yours being a business address, I wonder whether they'd had some issues before in where you live.
Well, not in our house, unless we've been out there with the walking sticks hitting them.
I'm not suggesting for you, but what are your neighbours like? I mean, have you got any hooligan neighbours?
The neighbours are fine.
Right. Okay.
I did say it was a silly excuse.
Well, there we go. So anyway, you've put it to the test. You've had a delivery, and it's all sorted.
Yes, thank you, and. I would like to thank you, Jonathan, and your team and BBC Radio for tackling this problem, because I would never have been able to sort it out.
Well,
so
it's an absolute pleasure to be able to help you. We will thank Tesco. I'll give them my horn. If you have any other problems, you know where we are. Now, Muriel purchased a new washing machine on the 26th of June this year. She said to me that she'd only used the machine about 4 times, but it really wasn't working properly at all.
I'd done 4 washes. 2 were fine. Then last week, put my dresses in. It washed about 6 times. It wouldn't stop. Then when I did finally get them out, they were absolutely boiling hot when they're supposed to go on a cool wash. I'll not be able to wear them again because they've gone wide and long and awful. I thought, well, I might have settled down now after a week. So I put, I think, 5 or 6 cardigans in on Sunday, and they're still in there with a load of water.
Well, Muriel is 80 years of age, and she contacted the retailer that she purchased the washing machine from. She said they just weren't very helpful. They suggested that what she should do is get a whole load of towels and unscrew the filter at the front of the washing machine and drain all the water out all over the kitchen floor and soak it up with towels. She said, I'm 80 years of age, I can't do that. I can't start getting down on my hands and knees and trying to deal with that kind of problem. But she said the retailer didn't offer to come out, didn't offer her any kind of assistance at all. Well, I went off to have a word with the retailer. They said it wasn't quite as straightforward as that. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Muriel.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Muriel. Now, the retailer said to me that as far as they were concerned, they were a bit confused to start with because you'd left them a few Arts phone messages and you hadn't said who you were or given your number or anything, so they weren't quite sure what was going on. And I did explain that you were on that day, you were in a bit of a state about it, weren't you? You were worried and you weren't sure what to do.
That's right.
So I said I was a bit surprised that they, as a small family-run retailer, had not gone the extra mile to help a customer who's 80 out. And even if they were very busy, and they say they are very busy, I was a bit surprised that at no point during the day had they called you up to say, look, you know, we can't come out this moment, but we are going to prioritise you and we will get someone to come out and give you a hand to find out what's going on. Now, when I spoke to the retailer, they did come out to your property. They had a look at the system. They said to me that they didn't actually think there was anything wrong with the machine. They said that they thought it was more likely that you'd accidentally put the machine on the wrong program. And rather than putting it on the program that you were expecting, which was a short, cool wash, you'd actually put it on a washing cycle that lasts for 3 hours and 40 minutes. And it's a hot wash. And they said that when they turned up at your property, the washing machine was turned off at an isolation point on the wall. And they said to you, you know, why is it turned off here? And you said, well, because it wouldn't stop. I turned it off at the wall. And the guy said to me, I think what's happened is she's accidentally put it on the wrong program. She's then, because it's going on for so long, she's turned it off at the wall, which has kind of jammed the program halfway through, and the computer system doesn't know what's going on with the washing machine because it's jammed it halfway through. So he said, I tried it in Muriel's house, and the washing machine worked absolutely fine. He said, I tried it a few different ways, and I couldn't get it to replicate any problem whatsoever. He said, what I've done is I've left Muriel with my number, and I've said if she does have any other problems, to give me a call and we'll come back and sort it out for her. And he said that he'd also asked you if the problem did reoccur, to ask your granddaughter, who apparently lives down the road, to come and do a little video or take some photos to show the machine with the problem so that he can see what's going on. So when I spoke to you last week, you were happy with that. You said, yeah, you felt happy that he'd come out and he'd looked at it and you felt more reassured to use the machine. But things got even better, because at the same time as speaking to the retailer, I'd contacted the manufacturer as well. Now, the reason for that, you'd involved the manufacturer, and you had spoken to the manufacturer who said they wouldn't be able to send anyone out until this week to help you. When I spoke to the manufacturer, they then came back at the tail end of last week and said, look, we understand the situation is sorted. However, we'd also like to go out to Muriel. I think they were going to go out to you on Saturday. They said that they'd like to inspect the machine themselves, just belt and braces, make sure there's no problem with it. And they said if there is any problem whatsoever, they were prepared to replace the machine for you. So what happened on Saturday, Muriel?
Yeah, they were lovely. They did send an engineer out. He was nice as well. But on Thursday, coming on Thursday, a lady from the firm who made the washing machine is ringing me about 9:30 to see if it's still washing properly. They've been really good. I feel more confident now.
Right.
And they did say that I could change it if I wanted, but as long as it's working properly, I'll just keep this one.
So they were happy, that the manufacturer was happy when they came out on Saturday that the machine is fine, there's no problem with it.
That's right. But it is hard to see what number you're putting it onto, but I also checked the temperature of the water was I had put it on the low temperature.
Right.
So what happened, I don't know.
But maybe what you'd done is put it on the low temperature, but on the program that lasts for 3 hours and 40 minutes.
Well, it depends on, if you put it onto that number, it would show that the temperature would be higher, whereas I'd put it on the low number, and it did prove that I had put it on the right one, yes.
Well, look, if the retailer and the manufacturer has both looked at the machine, and they've both concluded that the machine is working fine, then maybe it was just one of those things. But I'm very pleased that they have been out to you now, because that's what they should have done. Yeah. You're 80 years of age. You are a customer that just needed a bit of maybe extra help on that day. And it was a shame that it didn't happen when it could have happened. I'm pleased that they now take it very seriously, and they're going to phone you back on Thursday of this week just to make absolutely sure it's still working fine.
Yes, they are.
Good. Okay.
And they have been really nice, the firm that made it, yes.
Yeah. Well, I know with washing machines, how long had you had your last one for, Muriel?
Oh, about 15, 16 years.
Yeah. I know myself, because I replaced my washing machine at the beginning of this year. And it's a completely different manufacturer. It's a completely different machine. And I'll be honest with you, it is a bit of a learning curve, isn't it? Because you get quite used to the programs that you use, and you get quite used to the machine you've got. And when you have a complete change, and when the machine works in a slightly different way and has different settings, it can take a bit of adjustment. So maybe that's what's happened in this instance. Are you happy for me to conclude this story and to leave it with you, and that you, if you have any other problems, you come back to me?
Oh, that would be lovely. Thanks ever so much for your help, Jonathan.
Well, it's a pleasure. I've already given the retailer the horn for getting things sorted with you. I'd now like to give the manufacturer the horn as well. Now, Paul was telling me he was having cancer surgery and couldn't cope with his petrol mower. So in May of 2019, Paul's mother-in-law bought him a new electric cordless mower off a television shopping channel, which hopefully would be easier to use. Well, Paul says because of the cancer treatment he's been having, he hasn't really used it very much, but when he did get round to using it, it quickly stopped working.
I went to use it, and literally as soon as it hit any length of grass, it suddenly made this ooh, and stopped. It has occasionally done, when it's long, either at the end of, if I haven't cut it for a few weeks. But so I put it on the highest setting, and still nothing. It was, ooh, it went.
Well, it doesn't sound like it should have been making that noise, and Paul was very dissatisfied that the lawnmower had not lasted very long at all. So he started complaining. He's complained to the manufacturer, but not the retailer. And as regular listeners hopefully will know, when you purchase a product, your contract is with the company you've paid the money to. It's not with the manufacturer. The manufacturer may offer a warranty that comes alongside their product, but that's something that is over and above. It is in addition to your rights under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. Your contract is with whatever company took your money in the first place. They are the ones that need to sort the problem out for you if push comes to shove. So after Paul and I had the conversation, we established this yesterday, I asked him to contact that television shopping channel, explain the situation to them, and give them an opportunity to resolve matters. How did he get on? Let's find out, because he's back on the JVS show. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
I'm well, thank you, Paul. So what did they say when you called them up and gave them a good old lecture on the Consumer Rights Act?
Basically, they just battered it back that they give a flat 12-month warranty on electrical products. Very nice chap called Kevin.
I don't want any names or details, please.
Sorry, I apologise. Yes, so very nice chap, but he kept saying, we just do a 12-month warranty, that's all we do. He sounded very chuffed with himself because he said, well, for any other products, we only give a 6-month warranty, but we give a 12-month warranty to electrical products. So I thought, if you bought a sofa and it get packed up after 6 months, you've got no chance. But he didn't budge at all from that. He, a number of times he said, my best advice is to call the manufacturer. And obviously, I explained to you yesterday and emailed in that the manufacturer's best offer was this £100 discounted price to replace the body of.
There is a point with the retailer where you have to get tough.
Yeah, no, I was at him for about 15 minutes, and he just did not budge. I gave him.
Okay, fine. Well, that's fine, and it may well be that he doesn't want to budge, and it may well be that his employer doesn't want to budge. If that's the case, you'll sue them. So. That's what this comes down to. It's all well and good retailers making out they're doing you a massive favour and, oh, no, we don't have to do that. Oh, no. Well, they do. There is an obligation in law. It's called the Consumer Rights Act. And if they don't want to honour the law, if they don't want to do what their obligation is to you, the customer, then you'll be left with no alternative but to take small claims court action. I'm sure the shopping channel don't want that. So let me go and have a word with them. Let me just see if I can change their mind and let's take it from there. Paul, leave it with me. I'll contact them this afternoon for you.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Matthew. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I do, yes. I brought a television in November 2019. It was an expensive TV. It was quite cheap as far as TVs go. It cost me £330. I've had this TV. It's been working, not a problem. And about 2 months ago, I came home from a busy day on the road and I went to put on my television and all I had was sound. So there's no picture on the screen. I did a bit of research into what it might be. I watched a couple of YouTube videos, as you do, and it told me that I should put the TV in a dark room, shine a torch on the screen, and if you can see a picture, then apparently that means that the bulb has gone, the back bulb, which obviously shows the picture. So I've done this. I rang the retailer that I got it from, a very well-known electronical goods retailer.
I don't need any clues. This is not Guess the Retailer.
No problem. For which they told me, because of the fact it was out of a year's warranty, although it hasn't been 2 years that I've had the television, that I would have to pay £90 plus parts, I believe it was, to have the television repaired.
What, regardless of what they find?
I'm assuming £90 was an initial inspection fee.
But would that be because a retailer, as you will know if you listen to my programme and if you are familiar with your consumer rights, you will know that television must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time.
Yep.
Now, this television hasn't even lasted, a year and a half? Just over a year and a half it had lasted before it stopped working.
Yeah.
So it clearly hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time.
Exactly.
Now, there are two options, therefore, as to what's gone wrong with it.
Yeah.
Either you have damaged it, you've dropped it, knocked it over, poured a pint of water down the back of it.
I mean, it's on the wall. It's fixed to the wall, so...
Fine, okay.
Definitely none of those.
Or, if you haven't damaged it, then the retailer has sold you a product that has got some kind of manufacturing component that is not of reasonable quality, has failed in an unreasonably short amount of time, and therefore the retailer is responsible for getting it sorted. Yep. It's going to be one of those two things. Now, it would be perfectly possible for the retailer to say to you, look, we'll send someone out, it'll cost £90 to inspect the TV. If when we get there, we find that you've knocked your fish tank over and all the water's gone in the back of the TV and you've ruined it, then you will be liable for the cost of the £90, and if you want us to repair it, you'll be liable for the cost of the repair as well.
Of course.
If, however, when we come out, we find that the TV has stopped working through no fault of yours as the customer, then we will refund you the £90 and we will fix the TV at no cost to you. That would be reasonable. But am I sensing they haven't given you that latter option?
They haven't even suggested anyone coming out to look at it. They've literally just said that it would be £90 plus cost of repairs. I phoned, that was about 5-6 weeks ago when I phoned that first time.
Yeah.
Yesterday, my dad was on the phone to the same customer support group for a different issue, and he mentioned this. And the man that he was speaking to said that they should sort it, no problem. They should repair it or they should replace it because of the Consumer Act.
Yes.
So in that case, what I did is I rang after I found this out from my dad, and they've literally told me exactly the same thing. I'd have to pay. There's no other option. I'd have to pay the £90 plus whatever else it costs.
Right, okay. Well, I mean, that's not acceptable. And everybody should be aware, when you buy a product, it doesn't matter whether it's a television, a bed, a car, whatever it is. When you purchase a product, you are entitled to expect, as per the Consumer Rights Act, that product will be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and will last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, you describe this TV as not a very expensive TV, £330.
I mean, but £330, you know.
Well, yes. The important thing is the amount of money that you spend on something is important. For example, you can't expect a Nissan Micra to be the same quality as a Rolls-Royce. You know, the more you spend, the more you are entitled to expect you will get something really good quality and very long-lasting.
Yeah, and I mean, the previous television I had was of the same manufacturer. I think I maybe paid £100 more for it, and it lasted me, well, I've still got it. It's in a different room in the house. It's been maybe 8-9 years.
It's still got to last for a reasonable amount of time, and nobody in their right mind would spend £330 on a TV that a year and a half later wouldn't work. Because it's a complete waste of money, isn't it? So I think we need to go and have a little word with this retailer. Miles, would you like to go and speak to this retailer and just find out why they seem to think it's acceptable to sell a customer a TV, lasts a year and a half, stops working, and then they say, right, you've got to pay us now to fix it?
Yeah, I think I'll give them a quick call now and find out exactly what's going on.
Sounds a bit stinky, doesn't it? Let's see what we can do. Matthew, I'll pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail. We're going to have a word, okay?
Problem. Thank you.
Now, Chris has an issue with a tarmac path just outside his mum's bungalow. He says trees next to this path are making the surface very uneven.
My mother, who's got one of these framed walkers, the wheels actually sink into the cracks and she can't move the walker at all. So she ends up like a dead stop. The other issue is, apart from the tree roots, the local water company have got their meter boxes that have sunk. So we've got potholes, in effect, where the meter box covers are in the tarmac.
Well, Chris says that the path is just unusable by his mum, and he said that although the council have carried out a repair on the path, he says the repair is not done to a very good standard, and the repair does not go all the way up to his mother's property. Well, I went off to have a word with the council. If you've been following this story from the start, you will know they are Milton Keynes Council. Milton Keynes Council came back to me with 2 photos. They said, I know this doesn't work very well for the radio, but here is a before and after photo. The before photo showed a pathway that was all cracked and looking awful. And then the after photo showed the same pathway that had been repaired, albeit it wasn't the most beautiful repair. It looked a bit like a patchwork quilt, but it was still repaired nonetheless. So they seem to be suggesting that, in fact, the complaint that Chris had come to me with was no longer valid because it had all been repaired. Well, when I put this to Chris and he had a look at the photo, he said, that's not the bit outside my mum's house. They've sent you a photo taken from further down. the pathway. That's not where my mum lives. My mum's pavement is still all broken up. And Chris went out there with his mum and sent some photos. If you want to have a look at any of these photos, if you go onto my Twitter page, the official JVS on Twitter, have a little look and you'll be able to see the photos that Milton Keynes Council sent and the subsequent photos Chris sent. Chris is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Chris.
Hi there.
So, as you know, I went back to speak to Milton Keynes Council and to say, look, it does appear that the photos do not demonstrate the exact bit of pathway outside Chris's mum's house. What do you have to say about that? They have come back with this. They say, damage to paths and roads needs to meet a certain level to be repaired. Some of this path met that level and was repaired, and some did not. It's not solely about depth, but as an example, if a defect is less than 2 centimetres, it won't usually be repaired. We will, however, keep a close eye on the condition of this particular path, including sending another assessor out as soon as we can. How do you respond to that, Chris?
At the moment, I'm just trying to get my breath from that. How can they not repair a path outside a row of disabled bungalows to a suitable standard? It's just, how can they actually stop a repair, cut a line in the tarmac and say that's as far as we're going to go?
Well, let me just explain, and we've got to be real about this. Councils haven't got any money, okay? Milton Keynes Council, like most local authorities, are completely cash-strapped. They don't have enough money to do what they need to do, okay? So that is just a fact of life. So councils are having to work with very, very limited budgets, and they are having to prioritise what they spend money on and what they don't spend money on. The question we have to ask ourselves over the path that you have sent photos of is this should this be a priority? Is the path bad enough for Milton Keynes Council to prioritise the limited amount of money they have on repairing it? Now, obviously, your argument is yes. And to be honest, the argument from many of my listeners who've looked at the photos is also yes. A lot of my listeners have said, this looks like a very bad repair in the first place. It looks like a bit of a bodge job. And why did they not do the whole bit? Why did they stop where they stopped? I think the problem that we're going to have is if Milton Keynes Council say, well, we don't think it's bad enough to prioritise spending what limited money we have repairing it, how do we persuade them that in actual fact it is bad enough?
Well, does that come down to the fact that somebody has to have a fall or a trip before they do anything? How far do they need to be persuaded?
Well, that would be awful if it ended up getting to the stage where your mum or somebody else, and I know that some of your mum's neighbours have contacted me as well, to say that they also kind of want to lend their support to you and to this argument because they feel the path is dangerous. It would be terrible if it got to the stage that somebody ended up falling over and hurting themselves before Milton Keynes Council arranged for somebody to come back with some tarmac and sort it all out.
Well, the fella next door to me has multiple sclerosis. Then next door to that chap, there's a young lad of about 5 or 6 who has autism. He's blind and partially deaf. Next door to that is a young lady who's actually in Oxford Hospital at the moment having a brain tumour removed. How can they live with this footpath out the front and the council not to consider repairing it unless it's more than 2 centimetres of a failure in the tarmac? I just don't understand the logic in it. It's a row of disabled bungalows.
What I think you should do, and this is how I think we should now proceed from here, obviously Milton Keynes Council will be aware of the fact that we've had another discussion about this particular pathway. I hope that their assessor, they say they're sending out again to have a look at it, I very much hope their assessor will be sent as a matter of priority. What I will do is I will keep across this with Milton Keynes Council until this matter is resolved. And Milton Keynes Council know that I'm nothing if not tenacious, so I will continue to...
We do know that.
Yeah, well, I'm not going away until this is sorted, and Milton Keynes Council will know that. What I would also urge you to do is to write to Milton Keynes Council,
yes,
to involve your local councillor as well, and
He is
to ask...
aware of the situation.
Hang on a second. Ask all your neighbours to write a letter as well, and to write to Milton Keynes Council and the councillor and state that should somebody fall and hurt themselves, a vulnerable person who lives in one of those properties fall and hurt themselves, you will hold Milton Keynes Council responsible and negligent for having not repaired that pathway to a reasonable standard.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Okay.
At least they've had the chance to repair it, and if things happen after that, then obviously it's down to them, isn't it?
That is exactly the point. The council, if they've been offered the opportunity, if they've been informed of the problem, if they've been made aware of it, and if somebody then ends up injuring themselves, then they may well face a claim of negligence. So I would urge you to put the council on notice. They will be aware anyway, based on this programme, that is now something they need to be aware of. And let's wait and see whether they decide to quickly come round with a bit of tarmac and just finish the repair off so that the pathway is smooth for the entire length that is affected rather than just a stretch of the path. Okay?
Yeah, that'd be fine, yeah.
Okay, well, look, let's leave that there. I will keep in contact with you. Please copy me in on all the correspondence and let's see how Milton Keynes Council decide to proceed.
Okay, then.
All right. Chris, thank you very much indeed. We will talk very, very soon, I have a feeling. Teresa was due to get married on the 26th of June this year. She was planning a big wedding, and she wanted to hire the photographer that had taken the photos at her daughter's wedding. She really liked their work. However, that photographer was busy. So they recommended another photographer to her instead. Well, Teresa had a look at this photographer's website, was happy with the recommendation. She decided to go ahead. She paid £1,300 for this photographer to arrive at the wedding and take photos between 10 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock at night. Well, on the day, the only issue was that the photographer wasn't there to take pictures of Teresa getting in the car, but everything else seemed to go okay. Until Teresa saw the photos 2 weeks later.
They were all very dark, dark in colour. They were very orangey in the church. There were lampposts in the pictures. My cake she took, it was damaged and she should have took it another angle. They were really bad snapshots, really. Everyone's comment was, oh my God, they're a bit dark, they're a bit orangey. They never even mentioned the bride or even the children, who look absolutely fantastic.
Well, Teresa said that she complained to the photographer. The photographer offered to relighten some of the photos that she was unhappy about because she said quite a lot of them were very dark. But Teresa said she wants her money back. Well, I've been off to have a word with the photographer. Teresa's back on the JVS show. Hello, Teresa.
Morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So, I have indeed had a long conversation with the photographer. Let me just go through what she's had to say, because it would be fair to say she's got a very different version of events, and I want to hear how you respond to what she's telling me. She has said that she has found this whole experience extremely frustrating. She said she's been doing wedding photography for 7 years. She's never had an unhappy customer in all those 7 years. She said that she's got very good reviews, very good ratings. Her customers normally love the work that she does. She said she takes great pride in making couples happy on their special day. Now, she said it's very important to point out that she is a documentary photographer. documentary style photographer, and she is a moody photographer. She said that her work would be described as moody. Now, she said that this is clearly demonstrated on her website, and the photos on her website that show quite often her work will be quite dark. And because she's a documentary wedding photographer, she blends into the background and takes photos without people realising to document what happens on the day. Her style is not formal posed photography. Now, she said that right from the start, she started to sense that things weren't going to go well with you as a customer. She said that she got a gut feeling because I understand, Teresa, there was a bit of an issue with you paying the money that she was due. Is that true?
That is incorrect.
So she didn't have to chase you numerous times for the money?
No, during COVID, I even phoned up the photographer who I originally wanted because I could never get hold of this lady either. So she helped me to sort of get in touch with her. Now, normal people during COVID keep in contact. I had no contact with this woman, hardly ever. And I never even met the lady either. And I find that very unprofessional. I know there was COVID, but then COVID was changing even 2 weeks before the day. She should have even, met me for coffee and sort of said, right, let's crack on with this. Let's do this. She was very unprofessional.
But I don't think she's local, is she?
She originally was. She only moved 2 weeks like me before the wedding.
I see. I was going to say, on her website, it suggests that she's not particularly local. This is strange because she has a very different version of events. She said that you were very late paying. She said she had to keep chasing you for the money. And she said No,
she didn't. She didn't chase us for the money.
She said that she kept emailing you and wasn't getting any response. She said when she did finally get a call from your fiancé, he told her that he'd been made redundant and that's why he couldn't afford to pay the money.
My husband's been employed for 25 years in a very good company.
So at no point did he say he'd been made redundant?
Never. He's still in the same job. He's been in the job for 25 years. He's a professional person.
Well, it's very strange. She said that she, all the way through, had to chase for the money. And when she finally got it, it was very late. Now, she said she got a gut feeling at that moment that things were going to go wrong, but she decided to proceed with the job anyway. She said she turned up. She said you were delighted with her on the day. She said all of your friends were delighted with her and made lovely comments to her in terms of how well she was doing the job. She said
we didn't see her pictures then, though. She might have looked good on the day, but it was the final photos that done it.
Now, she said that she shared a few sneak preview photos with you. She doesn't normally do that, but she said when she did that, you were very happy with them.
I don't recall that.
Okay.
I don't recall that on the day.
She said that on the day, and she was keen to point out that she'd had to drive 4 hours to get to the venue for the wedding and then 4 hours back.
Yeah, but that's not my problem, sir. She should have booked a hotel. I bought her dinner. She demanded dinner on the day. I bought her dinner so she could have dinner there. I mean, that's her that's her sort of style of business. It's not my fault she drove 400 miles and 400 back. She should get organised to stay in a hotel overnight. Make her life easier.
Okay. Well, she was keen to point out that the day of the wedding, she'd driven a long way. She had done the job. You were very happy with her on the day. There were no complaints on the day. Your guests were very impressed by her.
Yeah, I will say, Jonathan, my wedding day was absolutely beautiful, right? I've got no problem whatsoever with the day. It was 2 weeks after, the minute I opened my phone to see my wedding pictures, I was so disappointed.
Now, she said
disappointed.
at that point she then received a complaint from you.
She did.
And she said she was absolutely mortified. She said that the original complaint was that you weren't happy with the style of the photos.
No.
For example, she said you weren't happy that there were no photos of your brother looking at the camera. There were no photos of the bridesmaids standing with their dresses showing at the front.
Well, if you can take different angles, different shots. If you're that professional, you don't have to take back views. You can take a back shot, or a different angle.
But she said
at
this point,
being a photographer is the angles that you take the photos.
But she said at this point it became apparent from your complaint that you had misunderstood the style of her work. She said she's a documentary wedding photographer.
Yeah.
She doesn't do posed what some may consider to be old-fashioned wedding photos. She blends into the background, and the style of her work is moody, and it is catching people when they are unaware that you're photographing them. That's her kind of style.
I know that. I know what her style is about. I looked on her website, and I did want that sort of style because I had, 7 flower girls, 7 page boys. I knew kids wouldn't perform and stand there.
But you must admit, if you're complaining that your brother wasn't looking at the camera, I mean that's the whole point of a documentary style photo, isn't it? That someone doesn't realise they're being photographed.
Well, yeah, there is that. But like I say, there's a different angle she should have took. I mean, he is literally looking down. I mean, there are other shots where they could have got, a different angle. That's what I'm saying. If you're that professional, she should have gone click, click, click and took about 5 angles and thought, right, that's the best one.
She said that she does not apologise for the style of her work. She said her style is dark and moody.
Right.
She said this is very clear on her website. She feels that you hadn't done your homework because you'd been recommended her by another photographer and maybe you thought that her style was going to be like their style. But she said she's never hidden from her style of photographs. She is dark, moody, documentary style rather than bright, posed photos.
All I'm saying is, when you look at her website, she hasn't got a broken cake in any of her pictures, which I think is disgusting. She
didn't break the cake, did she?
She took a picture of my husband going to the church with the best man. It had a lamppost. I haven't seen all these on her website. If I'd seen all that type of style of work and people really looking down, I wouldn't have had her.
She said at this point, when it became clear that you weren't happy with her style of photography, she said that's obviously a problem for her because that's how she does her job. That is her style. And it was clear that you didn't like her style.
Well, I just got the rejects of her style then. Because a lot of my pictures are rejects. Well, you would want to delete them off. It's like going out on a Friday night, having a party, and then you look at the pictures the next day and go, oh my God, that's bad. Delete.
Now, she said that she states on the contract that you had signed that she does not re-edit photos.
I know.
It states on the contract, she said, I don't get into that because otherwise you just end up constantly re-editing things for people. My style is my style. People employ me for the photos that I take. And she said, I've never had unhappy customers until now. She said, however,
I've got the reject lot.
However, she said, when it became apparent that you were so unhappy, she tried to work with you to make you happy and to redo the photos that you were unhappy with.
She did lighten some of them up.
She said she offered for you to select the photos you were unhappy with to send to her, and she would lighten them and she would do what she could do to them. And she said you sent over the photos you wanted done. She said she did them there and then, and they were available at 7 o'clock the following morning for you.
They were.
She said you then said that you couldn't use the photos and that you didn't like any of the photos. But she said by this point she was aware of the fact that you'd posted 20 of the photos on your Facebook page.
There wasn't 20 on there. There was not 20 on there. I might have used about 3. I will admit to that, because people kept on texting me saying, where's your wedding pictures? So I posted 3 of her pictures that were about the decent ones. Yes, I admit to that.
Well, she has sent me a screenshot posted by you on the 7th of July.
Right.
And it shows 20 photos posted on your Facebook page.
No, I never post 20 pictures, and I'm telling you that now. Some are probably off my grandkids, because after my grandkids kept on sending me pictures, because I was moaning to my daughter about how disappointed I was in the pictures.
Okay. Well,
and we've even made an album now, sir, from the best man, because my best man is a drone pilot. He is a wedding photographer. But because he was being my best man on the day, I didn't want him to take the photos. So I thought, I'll get a professional photographer. So do you know what? During my wedding day and up till now, the best man and my husband's best friend have made us an album. We've thrown her pictures in the bin, and we've got a beautiful album by some amateurs. The drone pilot, he's, a professional, but we've got a better album than,
you understand, Teresa, I've got to present her side of the argument, and I'm getting your response to it. So she sent me over the screenshot that she says shows that you posted 20 of her photos, and she's also
not
sent
all of hers.
She sent screenshots of your friends being gushing about the photos, saying how lovely they look.
There's probably about 3 of hers on there.
Okay. Well, she said that you'd posted 20 or so.
No, that is incorrect.
Now, in terms of what she is prepared to do from here, she said she was contracted to do what she was supposed to do on the day. She did what she was contracted to do.
Yes.
She turned up, she took photographs during the day, she then edited the photos and she sent them to you as per her contract. She said she has not done anything wrong, and therefore
She has done something wrong. She sent me a reject lot of photographs. Everyone is saying they are rejects.
Okay, but the
you
problem...
put them on your site. What were the other people's comments? That's what I want to know.
We have not been allowed to put them on the site because of copyright issues.
Okay.
So, and she has said to me in terms of putting the photos on the site, she said photography is subjective, and she said I don't see that there is very much benefit to putting the photos on for half of your listeners to say, I really like that style, and the other half to say, I don't like that style. She said, my photos are my photos, my style is my style, and you either want that style or you don't. And if you don't want that style, don't employ me as your photographer on the day.
Yeah.
So she has said...
On her website, she does not display those pictures that I've got. My pictures are so dark, they're outrageous.
Okay, so what she has said, she said she's not giving you any money back. She said she is not giving you any money back because she has done what she was asked to do. And she's not going to start getting into providing you with some of your money back. So she said she wants to make that absolutely clear. However, what she has said she's still happy to do is if you are dissatisfied with the darkness of some of the photos, she is happy to re-edit and brighten any of the photos that you are unhappy with.
Right.
But she's not giving you your money back.
Right, okay then. Well, I just want to warn all the brides out there to be aware of there's some dodgy photographers out. That's what I want to say.
You say she's a dodgy photographer. She says she's not a dodgy photographer at all. She says she is what she is. Her style is her style. Photography is a very...
Why hasn't she put these pictures on her website? Why hasn't she displayed
but to be fair,
a picture of a damaged cake that she takes?
But she didn't damage the cake.
I know, sir, but she should have took the picture. She's a photographer and she's a professional. She should have took another snap at a different angle.
Right, but she said that she took the photos at your venue with the subjects that were there. She did the best that she possibly could in her style of documentary style photography. Now, she said you're not happy with it. She said she just feels as if from the very start you were looking to get your money back.
I wasn't, sir. No way. Do you know what? It was my 60th birthday, a year before I got married, and the whole reason why I wanted to get married is because we'd had COVID. We wanted a big party, a big celebration. My wedding cost me a lot of money second time round. It cost me a hell of a lot of money. So I thought, and even my friends and family goes, oh my God, why are you having a big wedding? I said, because it was my 60th birthday. I want to celebrate. And me and my husband pushed the boat out and spent a lot of money on this wedding. £1,300 towards my wedding pictures was nothing. So I thought, I'm going to push the boat out, you know, have a lovely, beautiful wedding that I had until I got my wedding pictures. And I just want to say to people, be aware of who you book. Read your contract.
Well, yes, that is all perfectly reasonable. That's all.
Pictures of broken cake, you know, damaged cakes. She does not display really dark pictures that I received.
Well, some of them are dark, because I've gone through her website and some of the photos are dark.
Yeah, but they're not as dark as mine, sir.
But she said she's happy to lighten them for you.
I know, but that's not the point. She should have sent my pictures in top-tip condition.
She said she sent the photos to you.
If I do a job for someone, I want, you know, to do it 100%.
No, but hang on a second. She says she has edited those photos and sent the photos to you in a style that is consistent with her work, and she's happy with them. She said you're obviously not. So she has been prepared, even though her contract states she doesn't re-edit photos. She said she is prepared to redo the photos and re-brighten them for you, but you don't want that. You want your money back.
Well, I'm not going to win with her now. She's made it, you know, her statement that she's happy with her work. I will tell you, I'm not happy with her work. Like I say, what I saw on her website, I did not get.
So what are you going to do? Because, I mean,
What am I going to do? I just want to warn loads of brides out there to say, if you are getting married, do your research and, you know, sort of book people who you can trust.
Well, I mean, I would certainly say it's sensible advice for everybody to do their research and do their homework and make sure that you...
I did, sir. I did. I looked at a website. It showed me these nice black and white pictures. I love black and white pictures.
No, a lot of her work is not black and white. A lot of her work is not black and white. She goes for a very particular kind of colour filter on her photos that is quite dark, and you either like that or you don't.
Yes.
So, I mean, I think it's certainly good advice that you should always do your homework, look at what you're getting involved with, and make sure that the work that particular photographer does is the kind of work that you like as an individual. In terms of resolving the matter, she said she's still prepared. If you want her to brighten any of the photos that you say are still too dark, she's happy to brighten them. but she's not prepared to give you any money back.
Well, that's fine, sir. That's fine.
So
I'm
what are
lucky.
you? So what
All
are
I
you going to
can
do?
say-
What are you going to do? Are you
Well,
going to take her up on the offer to have them brightened?
No, I'm not. No way.
Why?
I'm just so lucky that I've, got some very good friends. The best man, and he's my husband's best friend. They've done us a beautiful album, and no, I'm not interested.
But why, if she's offered to brighten the ones that you say are too dark, would you not take her up on that offer? I don't understand.
No, I don't want anything to do with the woman. And plus, as well, when I was having a dispute with her, she sent me a very rude WhatsApp message. So I don't want to deal with a woman, to be quite honest. I was gutted.
Okay.
I'm gutted about this situation that I've been put in.
Okay. She obviously has a different version of events. I don't know you, and I don't know her. My job is to try and hear both sides of the story and to find a way forward. She has said the solution is, as far as she's concerned, she's happy to re-edit and brighten the photos if you want her to re-edit them, but she's happy with the work that she did on the day, and she's not prepared to give you your money back. So the only thing you would be able to do, if you still wanted to pursue her to try and get your money back, the only thing you would be able to do would be to take her to the small claims court. The problem that you have, Teresa, is that, of course, it is subjective. And if you stand there in court on the day and you say, well, I don't like the photos, and she says, well, they are the photos I took, I did the job that I was asked to do, it will all fall to whether or not the judge on that particular day agrees with you that they're not good quality photos.
I know, sir. Don't worry about it. Like I say, I've got a beautiful wedding album now. Like I say, I just want to warn loads of brides out there, to do their research on their weddings, because we're all spending a hell of a lot of money on them, and it's big business now.
Teresa, I think very good advice to do your research and to make sure that you know who you're getting involved in. Thank you very much indeed. Good luck with it all. If you do change your mind and you do decide that there are one or two that you would like her to re-brighten, she says that offer's still on the table.
Yeah, and I won't change my mind, Jonathan. And thank you to you and Miles and your team.
All the very best.
Thank you. Bye.
Now, do you remember Maria? Maria ordered a new back door. She agreed to spend £2,500 on this back door. She paid a deposit of £575. Now, this was back in September of 2020. The delivery of the door was delayed. When it did finally arrive in mid-October, Maria said pretty much everything was wrong with it.
The window didn't fit properly. The infill that should have clipped the door and the window together was too small, but they managed to clip it together by leaving gaps on each side. And then, we found that it was cream inside and out, but I said, that's okay, I can live with that. But when it came to the door panel, it was white inside and outside and the wrong design.
Well, the manager of the company apparently came out to have a look, and it was agreed that they would replace the door. When they did replace the door, though, Maria was very upset because she said she'd warned them the weather was going to be really bad, but they turned up anyway. And she said all the rain and the hail on that particular day, it was all coming in her house. And she said the new replacement door, to be honest, it was no better. She had a whole load of other problems with that. So she came to me and asked if I could assist. Well, I've been speaking to the company concerned. What's the latest now? Let's find out, because Maria's back on the JVS show. Hello, Maria.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Maria. Now, I need to reiterate this point again. I still have no idea why this company were ever going to install a UPVC door for you. Because based on the description that you gave me, it just doesn't sound like that would ever have been the correct product for you. You wanted a cream door. You didn't want a white door. You wanted a cream door. You wanted a door that had an ornate pattern in it. You wanted glazing. It would have been far more sensible to have suggested to you that you had a composite door. Now, you weren't aware of composite doors at the time. Why should you? You're the customer. You're not the professional. But a composite door generally has the same kind of plasticky inside and outside, but they normally have a more solid core to them, or certainly even the cheap ones, would have a foam-filled interior, and they are more suitable for different colours, whereas this company, they were going to paint the UPVC, weren't they?
Well, they did, but it was all peeling away the same day that they put it in.
Well, I mean, I would have thought it would do, because UPVC is not designed to be painted.
Yes.
UPVC, you know, they are, in my opinion, UPVC doors are one of the cheapest options out there. They come in white. It's basically just a plastic door. And, I mean, thankfully, from a stylistic perspective, we seem to be moving away from UPVC doors quite a lot now. There was a time when they were very much in fashion, but thankfully that seems to be going out. Now, I went and had a word with the company concerned. They finally agreed they were going to replace the door with a composite door for you. But things haven't gone very well. It's taken ages to get the composite door in. Anyway, to cut a long story short, as you know, I unfortunately had to name the company because they didn't do what they said they were going to do. And I named them really because they just stopped returning my calls or responding to my emails. It was extremely frustrating. They have now finally started communicating again. And I think they've started communicating with you too, Maria. Am I right in saying they called you after my programme earlier this week and were due to go out yesterday to finally fit this door for you?
Yes, I had a phone call after I spoke to you from the liaison officer, and she said that the fitter would be out and, if need be, would be here all day. And if the weather cleared, he would fit it. If not, he would pack it up and take it away, because the next appointment is Friday the 24th, weather permitting. Because as I told you before, the door and the window that's been replaced are not in a safe place. You know, it needs, well, I don't want to be responsible for it.
No. Okay.
So I said to her, well, you know the weather's going to be bad. What we're going to do, can you fit it on Thursday? No. We do a schedule 2 weeks in advance. The only time I can do it is Friday the 24th. I said, okay, let him come. We'll see how the day goes. Weather cleared, he would fit it. If not, he would pack it up and take it away, because the next appointment is Friday the 24th, weather permitting. Because as I told you before, the door and the window that's been replaced are not in a safe place. You know, it needs, well, I don't want to be responsible for it.
No. Okay.
So I said to her, well, you know the weather's going to be bad. What we're going to do, can you fit it on Thursday? No. We do a schedule 2 weeks in advance. The only time I can do it is Friday the 24th. I said, okay, let him come. We'll see how the day goes. Well, I waited from 6 a.m. until I text the manager about, before 8, just before 9. No, that was Monday.
No, the last time they were supposed to come out yesterday, you were worried about the weather. So I contacted the company concerned again. The company is DG Solutions. They're based in Hainault Business Park. And their representative, as I say, finally started responding again and said that she'd spoken to you on Monday.
That's right.
To advise that if the weather was wet tomorrow, we will happily reschedule for her, because I know that was your concern.
Yes.
So what happened yesterday?
Well, as far as I was concerned, the fitter was coming anyway, because that's what she insisted on, that he come out. I said, well, you're wasting time if he can't do it. No, we're all right. We deal with the petrol and all that, you know. So I said, okay. I mean, I had a friend here. She heard the conversation. So I agreed the fitter could come out, and if it's at all possible, to fit it. Well, I'm afraid nobody showed up. So I rang the company at 3:15 because they go home at 4. And they couldn't put me through to the liaison officer because she wasn't in the office. So they put me through to the manager that I've been dealing with. And he said, well, as far as I'm concerned, the fitter came out today. I said, well, he hasn't showed up. I've been here since 6 o'clock. So I said, leave it with me. I'll find out what's going on and get back to you. Well, half hour later, I'd not heard nothing, so I rang him again. And he said he still hadn't been able to speak to the fitter, and he would ring me back as soon as he had any news. Well, I am still waiting today, and I've heard nothing. I don't know when they're coming out, what they're doing. I have no idea.
This is quite exasperating. I mean, I was worried when you said to me on Monday that they'd said they'd come out on the Tuesday, and then you said, oh, well, don't come because the weather's going to be bad. I was worried that would give an opportunity for them to just not come out. That was my worry.
Then I spoke to the liaison officer at 2 o'clock.
Yes, I understand.
You just after 1.
I understand that. I understand
and
that.
She insisted that they come out. So it'd been booked for a fitter to come out. And if he would be here all day.
So you still haven't heard anything at all? Because, I mean, I presume...
no message, no phone call, nothing.
I presume the response I'm going to get from them when I go back, as I will do straight after the programme today, to say, still, why haven't you fitted the door? I presume they're going to come back and say, well, the weather was bad, so we've rescheduled.
But
as per the customer's wishes.
Information.
No.
As far as I was concerned, never mind the bad weather, he's coming out. And if it clears at any time, he'll do it.
Yes. I mean, the trouble is most companies can't, they can't arrange their day around the weather.
No.
So they will, most companies I would have thought that are in the business of fitting doors would turn up with the relevant equipment in order to keep the direct area dry. I don't know, with a gazebo or something like that they can just stick outside the door.
Well, nothing was mentioned.
Okay.
Nothing at all. Well, and it's because it's the window and the door at the same time, because they have to connect with a clip.
Yes. What I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to them this afternoon.
Yes.
This is DG Solutions based in Hainault Business Park in Essex. I'm going to go back to them again and I'm going to say what's going on. Yes. Can you do me a favour? If they come back to you with another date, regardless of what the weather's going to be like, can we just try to get that date set in stone?
Oh, definitely.
Because
last time when the weather was so bad and they didn't dry everything properly, and there was problems.
Yeah.
So
I do understand.
Put in if it's a drizzle, but if it's pouring like that, it's impossible.
Yeah, okay. I do understand.
I'll accept whatever date they give me.
Well, I
had accepted yesterday. Monday I had accepted, but nobody showed up.
Okay.
And then the manager tells me that he's been told he's been.
I am going to email DG Solutions yet again. This is, and I should just point out, not to be confused with any other companies with similar sounding names, it's DG Solutions based in Hainault Business Park in Essex. Let me go back to them again. Let me ask what's going on, why they didn't come out yesterday, why, more importantly, they haven't even had the courtesy of calling you to let you know why they didn't turn up and when they will be turning up.
That's right.
And let's take it from there. And in the meantime, everybody listening to the programme, just be aware, this is the ongoing nightmare, really, that Maria is having with the backdoor installation. Leave it with me. I'm going to go back to them.
Okay, Jonathan, thank you very much.
All right.
It is getting upsetting now, very upsetting.
Well, of course it is. But promise me, when they come back with a date, just say yes, yeah?
Yes. Oh, no,
okay.
I said yes anyway. On Monday, I said yes.
I know, but I think you'd said no to start with.
Well, I said, if it's really pouring down with rain, he won't be able to fit it.
Yeah, but I think what that may have done is give a bit of a get out. And what I'd like to do...
If they communicated with me, it'd be no problem.
Let's just get a date set in stone.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan.
Regardless of the weather, they are turning up to fit that door and do it properly. Yeah. Okay, leave it with me, Maria. I'll go back to them. And the window, yes, absolutely. I'll talk to you very soon. Do you remember John? John came to me. He was telling me that he'd spent 750 quid on a family-sized tent. Well, he noticed that the bag that this tent came in was, it was a bit of a tight fit, to be honest, as most tent bags are. So he knew it was going to be interesting getting this tent back in. When he finally came to use it, he really wasn't expecting what happened.
Come to put the thing away again, rolled it up. Went in the bag okay, but then the bag sort of rolled away from me. Like I say, it's 37 kilos, this thing. And I reached for the strap of the bag as it rolled away. And then the strap sort of tore in my hand, at which point I'm thinking, oh, whoops, there's my £750 tent and its bag failed on the first use, and couldn't quite understand it and looked at the tear and thought, okay, perhaps, it's not designed for that kind of pull on it, really. So I get in touch with the company and find out what the escalation process is for, maybe getting a repaired bag or getting a replacement. Contacted them. What they said to me, said, okay, let's take your details. And I said, look, I can get your photo as well, if that helps. And then while I was taking the photo, I had a closer look at one of the photos of the tear, and I actually noticed that the strap was actually previously repaired. At that point, my view suddenly changed. This isn't my fault anymore. They've sold me a repaired item.
Well, I contacted the company on John's behalf and asked them to please get this sorted out. John just wants a replacement bag and he wants a brand new one. Doesn't sound like an unreasonable demand, does it? But have the company agreed to do it? Let's find out, because John's back on the JVS show. Hello, John.
Hello, JVS.
Hello, John. I gather after my contact to them, you then heard from them. What's the latest?
Yeah, quite quickly, actually. Very surprising considering what had previously gone on. They've been in touch and been very apologetic, actually. Quite surprising how the tone's changed. They basically stated to me that they didn't want me to lift a single finger now in relation to this, and that they will get this sorted out for me. And they've assured me that there's a bag winging its way to me. And I'm actually expecting that to be delivered this afternoon.
Ooh.
So good news there. Thank you very much.
That sounds lovely. Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to do. Listen to this. Oh, it's just a little bit of hornage. Can we talk again tomorrow and make sure that it does indeed arrive?
Absolutely. I was going to say you've been a bit previous there.
Yeah. Oh, no, don't worry. I would never give more than just a slither of my horn. We'll catch up tomorrow and fingers crossed they get the rest, OK?
That's fine, yeah. Thanks very much.
Max is on the line. Hello, Max.
Good afternoon, Jonathan. How are you?
Good afternoon. I'm very well, thank you. I hope you are too. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure, yeah. So I booked some flights in May, and this was to go on a ski trip with some friends at the end of the year in December. So it hadn't been away, obviously.
Bit risky, isn't it?
I thought at that point it was a bit of a risk, but I thought you got to take a few chances, don't you, Jonathan?
Well, yeah. As long as you're, yeah. I mean, I think the well, I mean, we're all individuals. I think the concern is what's going to happen in the winter, and whether or not we will still have the freedom of being able to hop on planes in the winter. I mean, who knows? So the one thing I would certainly say from a consumer perspective, if you are going to be booking flights to jet off in the winter, make sure that you can change them if you need to, or get your money back, because who knows what's going to happen. So these flights you booked in May of this year to go skiing in, did you say December?
That's right, yeah.
Okay. How much were they?
They're about £200 for the return. So they weren't super expensive. I wouldn't be, like I say, I think the advice you gave there is good. I wouldn't be spending thousands on a trip to Australia or something, but I thought at that price it's sort of worth it.
Right. Okay, so what's happened?
So I booked it through a travel agent, and the flights were originally leaving at about 7 p.m. on the Saturday. I've then had an email in August to say that the flights have been cancelled by the airline.
Okay.
So effectively what they've said is that I can have a refund, but in order to process the refund, the travel agent will keep £50 back.
Why is that?
They describe it as being an admin charge for handling the refund.
Right. Well, okay. Can you not claim the refund yourself?
So, I've looked into this, and apparently you can claim the refund directly from the airline under the law that I read. So I've tried that approach myself, and they have just pushed me back entirely. and suggested that I have to deal entirely through the agent as I booked through them.
Okay. And has the agent demonstrated in their terms and conditions that you would have agreed to at the point of booking the flight through them, that in the event of cancellation and them having to do work in terms of getting your money back, that they would charge you for their time?
So it's interesting, this. The terms and conditions have actually changed 5 times since the pandemic. In the latest terms and conditions, it does say £50 charge. In the ones that I agreed to, they describe it as a full refund with a deduction for credit card charges and a small admin fee.
But it doesn't state what the small admin fee is.
No, I guess that's open to interpretation.
Well, it is really. Have you made that argument to them that their terms and conditions have changed since you entered into the agreement? And actually, at the point that you entered into the agreement, it stated that it would just be a small charge, and you don't consider £50 to be a small charge.
I haven't made it directly to them. The correspondence I've had is a little bit poor English, I'd say. And I felt that I'm probably best to deal directly with the airline, because the contract with the travel agent just does say that my contract is with the supplier of the airline. So I think I have the right to approach them directly.
Can I just ask, and I don't want anything that will identify the travel agent, but why did you decide to book the flights through a travel agent?
It's a good question. I'm asking that myself. I have used this agent before, but when you go through like a price comparison website for flights, I think a lot of the options that come up on there are travel agents. I think actually the difference in price was probably like £20, and it certainly wasn't worth the hassle. And the other people that are going on the trip with booked directly with the airline, and they haven't done it yet, but it sounds like they're not going to have any issues getting the refund directly from them. So in future, it's definitely put me off booking anything, especially right now with everything going on, to book using a travel agent, to be honest.
Yes, I mean, I think the thing is they just need to be very, very transparent in terms of what you're paying for. I've had, over the last year and a half, like so many people, I've had flights that had been booked before the pandemic that have had to be kind of kicked into the long grass. And trying to get through to the airline has been like pulling teeth, Max. I mean, literally, there have been days where I've spent over 2 hours holding on the phone, listening to hold music before finally somebody picks up the phone, and then you get cut off before you've even had a chance to sort it out. It is fury-making. Now, if the travel agent ultimately is saying, well, look, we'll do all of that for you. We'll go through all the hassle of liaising with the airline, we'll get it all sorted, and we'll get your money back. But be aware of the fact that you will be charged an administration fee for that of £50.
Yeah.
People will either decide that that's worth it or not, but they need to be transparent. I think the slight issue for you is that the terms and conditions you agreed to at the point of sale, where they talked about a small admin fee. I mean, the admin fee they're actually charging you is what, 25% of the total cost of the flight?
Yeah.
I mean, 25%. I'm not sure that that's a small admin fee. I think that's our only potential to argue this for you is to go and speak to that company and say, do they consider a 25% charge to be a small admin fee? Because I don't.
Yeah, no. And I mean, what are your thoughts in terms of the airline? Because I think under law, they need to provide a refund within 7 days if they cancel the flight. Is that just being ignored, do you think, from your experiences, given what you just said there?
Yes, I think loads of airlines, loads of travel companies, to be honest, are just making people go whistle. And even the likes of, I've spoken to ABTA in the past, who provide extra protection for package holidays. And they've admitted themselves that they've said to their members, we're not going to put you under the kind of pressure to refund that we would ordinarily put you under, because they have recognised that some of those travel companies would go under as a result of having to to pay when they say they're going to pay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think, look, let's do our very best. The reality is, for everyone listening to the programme, if you book flights, if you book holidays at the moment, there really is a much bigger chance of things going wrong than there would ordinarily be. Yeah. And your ability to get your money back and change things might not be as straightforward as it would ordinarily be. Yeah. So, do so at your own risk and at your peril, really. And the chances are, if you do have to change things, you're going to spend hours on the phone trying to sort it all out. The good news is, let's see if we can get hold of them. Miles, how do you fancy spending hours on the phone?
Hopefully not hours, but I will spend as much time on the phone as it takes.
How do you fancy spending the rest of your life on the phone trying to get through to a travel company?
Well, I might need a little pay increase if I want to spend the rest of my life on the phone.
Right, OK. Max, I'm going to pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, OK?
Thank you very much. Cheers, Jonathan.
Hang on there, please. 08081 008800. That's the number if you have a consumer problem.
Tackling your consumer problems.
Jonathan Vernon Smith. BBC Three Counties Radio.
Hello, Kay.
Hi there, Jonathan. How are
Hello,
you?
Kay. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Of course. So in 2017, I actually bought a sofa because we were refurbishing our house a little bit. At the time of the purchase, we were kind of offered a insurance policy which would cover the product for 5 years. Going about with that contract, as soon as we had everything delivered, within the first year of getting the sofa, we had a quality problem where unfortunately one of the recliner chairs was unable to open up properly without the actual framing of the chair falling out. So when we had a little look underneath the actual chair itself, we noticed that there was a rip in the fabric, which is why there was an indent in the chair. Because of that, we tried to get in touch with our insurance side of the contract, and they did mention to us that they will be getting a staff member to get in touch with us and then hopefully chase things up with sorting that all out. Unfortunately, no callback was arranged. So we tried again to get in touch with them, and on about the fourth occasion of us getting in touch with them, that's when we were made aware that actually the insurance company that was taking care of the product and the insurances were now bankrupt.
Now, hang on 1 second. So the insurance products that you'd purchase, normally the insurance products that you purchase with this kind of furniture is for accidental damage. Things like spilling a glass of red wine all over it, or your cat ripping the surface of the leather, or whatever it may be. You wouldn't normally use one of these insurance-backed policies for a mechanical defect with the product.
You wouldn't normally know, but looking at the actual contract that we had signed at the time of the purchase, it does cover mechanical faults.
The insurance policy?
With the insurance policy itself, yeah.
Okay.
Unfortunately, for some reason, we cannot determine whether it was an accidental damage or a mechanical fault, because when we did purchase the actual product itself, for the first, let's say, 10 months, we didn't have an issue with it at all.
Okay, so hang on 1 second, just so I'm aware of timings. So you purchased the furniture in 2017. When in 2017?
June 2017.
June, okay. So it's 4 years old, just over 4 years old.
Just over, yeah.
How much did you pay for it?
We paid a total of $2,500.
And was it just one sofa?
It got little separate pieces to it. So the way that it works is you have two separate recliner chairs on each end. You have also the armless extension chair. You've also got a media tray that you can use for storage, two parts of ottoman chairs that we have as well. And then on top of that, we also had a little extension that we placed in between both of the recliner chairs.
Right. Okay. So quite a system you've got.
Yeah.
So £2,500, and this was in June of 2017. When did you first discover the problem?
It was within the first year of us purchasing the product.
Right. But you didn't go back to the retailer where you'd purchased the furniture from. You went to this insurance policy instead.
The first contact we made was with the retailer, and that's when they mentioned to us that we need to be getting in touch with the insurance company, which we arranged with the retailer directly because they were working in partnership. Apparently, they do this with a lot of their customers anyway.
Okay. So this was back in 2018. So are you telling me that here we are in 2021 and the insurance company have still not sorted anything out?
No, so after me trying to get in touch with them after numerous occasions, they informed us there and then that unfortunately the insurance company were now bankrupt. And
when was that?
Unable. It was when I made first contact with them. So in 2018, they informed us there and then that they were bankrupt.
Okay, so at that point you should have gone back to the retailer and said, right, the insurance company has gone out of business. I've got a contract with you under the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. This furniture should be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. It hasn't. Therefore, I'm looking to you, the retailer, to resolve the matter for me.
Which is what we had discussed, yeah. And at that time, they turned around and said, of course, understandable. We will be getting in touch with you as soon as we can. But there was no callback arranged, and I've tried to call them. Of course, I completely understand. I mean, COVID has impacted so many people, so I've tried my best to be very patient.
Yeah, but that was a year and a half before the pandemic started.
Yeah, so unfortunately, when the bankruptcy was declared, they had mentioned to us that the company was struggling anyway. And then January 2020, I got in touch with them again, and they said, okay, we've also have been struggling with our finances, and we're trying our best to arrange all of the problems that our customers have been coming to us, so please give us a little bit of time. Which, again, understandable. We tried our best to be patient with them, and they've told us on so many different occasions that they will try and get in touch with us, but no callback was arranged.
So the retailer then started kind of pleading poverty to you and saying they were in big financial difficulty. The insurance company have gone, and they're just saying to you, or they have been saying to you, can you bear with us? We will get it sorted, but we're just having some cash flow problems.
Indeed, yeah. They were just informing us about delays, yeah.
Okay, so what's the situation now?
The situation is I was told what was happening about the insurance company of things, and what we did is I mentioned to them that, of course, I understand that we signed a contract at the beginning of the purchase, but because the terms of condition have now changed due to the fact that we are unable to access the insurance side of things, we should be receiving the money back. The fact that I've paid a certain amount of money to have this product insured and I'm now unable to access it. I believe we still have a year left of our insurance policy as well, and we've been paying off this product on a monthly basis. And half of that monthly basis outcome is covering the insurance policy, which I can't access.
But hang on a second. Has the retailer arranged for your furniture to be fixed?
No, and they have now declared bankruptcy as well.
Right, okay. So the retailer you purchased the furniture from, they've gone into administration, have they?
Yes.
The insurance company that you took out the accidental damage cover or whatever it was branded as at the time, they've gone out of business. They've gone into administration.
Yes.
How did you pay for the furniture?
The furniture is being paid off on a finance. Every month I pay out a certain amount of money to pay it all off.
Okay. Now that's potentially good news because the finance company would be jointly liable along with the retailer for the product that you've purchased. So have you spoken to the finance company?
I mean, we've tried to. We were told that we would be getting a call back to kind of further discuss the matter, but it's just so hard to get in touch with them.
Well, it is my opinion, and we need to have a little look into this for you, but the best way of proceeding may well be to do what is known as a Section 75 claim through the finance. When you purchase a product on a finance arrangement or through a credit card company, you are covered by the Consumer Credit Act. That states that the finance provider is jointly liable, along with the retailer, for the product that you've purchased. Now, in the event of a retailer going out of business, if the finance company is still around, then you can hold them responsible for the fact that the problem has occurred, The retailer who would ordinarily sort it out is no longer available to sort it out, so therefore you're taking it up with the finance company instead.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think what we may need to do, and we need to have a little look into this. Miles, I'll pass Kay back. Can we just find out the companies involved? Let's see what the best advice is. But I think maybe if both companies have gone out of business, it may well be the finance avenue is the only avenue that's open to us.
Yeah, okay, I'll have a chat with Kay and we'll get all the details and see what we can do.
Brilliant. Okay, Kay, I'll pass you back to Miles. We'll get that detail. We're going to have a word. Karima's on the line. Hello, Karima.
Hello, Jonathan. Good morning to you.
Good morning to you. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names. Let's see what we can do for you.
Yes, I do. Basically, what happened is I ordered 2 medium sofas on the 9th of June. Was told that the delivery will be within 13 weeks. But on the 18th of August, I received a letter, and it states that they're not going to be able to deliver my order until after the 15th of October.
Oh.
So I thought, it's all right, that's fine. By yesterday morning, I received a text message stating that my order is ready for delivery. I just need to follow a link to choose a date, which I did. So the delivery will be this weekend between 7 and 6.
Oh, congratulations, at last.
That's not a problem. An hour later, I received an email which contains all the delivery information. It says that the delivery man will put the item in a room of my choice and will also fit the feet to the sofa. Exclusion apply. Please refer to product information online. So I went online to the company website. I couldn't find any information about that product. What do they mean by that? So I decided to call the head office and was told by the person who answered my call that they do fit the sofa feet except the stools. Then she goes, oh, hang up. I need to double check. She puts me on a hold and came back later to say that if the driver is from their company, they will do the fitting, the feet fitting, but if the driver is not from the company, their company, it will be from an agency, they won't do it.
Right, so hang on a second, let me just make sure I'm clear on this. So if the driver who's delivering your furniture is one of the company's own drivers, when they bring the sofas into your property, they will screw the feet onto the bottom.
Yes.
But if it's not one of their drivers, if they've had to use someone else to deliver the furniture, then potentially nobody will be there to fit the feet.
Exactly.
Well, what are you supposed to do about the feet then?
That's what I did ask, and she said I have to call the head office again and book for an appointment for someone to come and do it. Or they will give me a voucher, a £50 voucher, to pay towards the fitting.
Oh, okay. Right. Well, how difficult is it to fit the feet? I mean, that's the...
I don't... To be honest, Jonathan, I don't have a clue how to do it and how it goes. For example, if I do it, I don't know how to do it, so it's for sure I won't be able. So if I pay someone else to do it and he damaged the sofa, it'll be my responsibility.
I mean, look, I'm only guessing, but I presume the feet that go underneath the sofa they've just got one screw in the middle of the foot. Or maybe, I think on my last sofa, I think it was 2 screws, 2 Allen key type screws that you do for each foot. I mean, it was a very straightforward thing to put the feet on.
To be honest, it's 2 medium sofas, but they're quite heavy. I won't be able to do it on my own. That's the first thing. And on the day of the order, I wasn't told all these informations. I wasn't made aware of that issue.
No.
So I assumed it's up to the company to do it.
Well, you would have thought so. I mean, it is rather odd that they would deliver you furniture that they don't put the feet on, so ultimately you then can't use the furniture. And then you've got to phone them up and they say, oh, OK, well, we'll give you 50 quid so you can get someone to come around and put the feet on. It does seem a bit odd. Did they give you any explanation? I mean, is this because of staff shortages, or it seems very odd?
I was told that because of the staff shortages, but when it says on the email, it says exclusion apply. We don't know if it's related to the feet sofa or something else. But I was given this explanation as they can't do the feet of the sofa because it's not the company driver. That's it. So it's a bit confusing, to be honest.
So did you, when you contacted them, and because look, I would imagine for some people this will be more of a concern than for others. I mean, if for example, you've got a situation where furniture is being delivered. If, for example, the furniture was being delivered to me, and if the company said, look, this is the situation, we've got a real shortage of delivery drivers at the moment, so we want to get that furniture to you as soon as we possibly can, but that does sometimes mean that we are having to use subcontracted drivers to deliver it. Now, the subcontracted drivers, they have agreed they will deliver, but they won't put the feet on. So either you can put the feet on yourself, or we'll pay for someone to come and do it. For me, I would probably say to the retailer, oh, well, look, I just really want the furniture, so can you please just get it to me? And if necessary, I'll put the feet on myself. As long as it's straightforward, I'll put the feet on myself. Mm-hmm. But I do understand with other customers, it might not necessarily be so straightforward. I mean, as you say, furniture can be heavy. Do you live on your own, Karima?
I do. I live on my own. It's just me and my son, who's only 12.
Right. So you're not kind of potentially in the situation where the two of you will be able to lift this furniture.
Not at all.
And turn it onto its back while you then screw the legs on.
Exactly. But sorry, Jonathan. We don't know how is the sofa. If it's really easy to fit on, I mean to screw the feet on, or it's not.
I don't think.
Listen,
I'm only guessing, but I wouldn't imagine it's very complicated.
Mm-hmm.
Having had a few sofas in my life, and very often they don't put the feet on until they've got it in your house. The reason for that, it makes it smaller so they can get it through the front door. Because if they leave the feet on, very often they then can't get the furniture through the front door. So they leave the feet off, they bring it in, and then they screw the feet on. I've seen delivery drivers for my furniture do that on a couple of occasions, and it doesn't seem a very complicated process. However, I do think that in certain circumstances, when a customer says to them, well, look, I don't feel very confident about putting these feet on. I don't feel very confident being left in this position where I've got furniture being delivered that I then can't use properly because it hasn't got feet on it. And you're telling me I've then got to start getting someone round, and I've got a £50 budget to give them in order for them to put the feet on. Did they not give you an option of maybe waiting further for your furniture to be delivered, but with a guarantee that it will definitely then be delivered by one of their own staff who can put the feet on for you?
That's what I did ask yesterday. I said the delivery will be on Sunday. Are you able to tell me if the driver will be from your company or another or an agency, or tell me, if I can make a delivery, just change the delivery date, and you can just make sure that the driver is from your company. She said we can't just make sure that is the driver will be from our company until the day of the delivery. So I won't be able to find out till they deliver my sofa.
Okay. Well, would you like us to go and have a little word?
Please, Jonathan.
And see if we can find out what's going on, because I do recognise the problem. The only thing I would say to you is, being realistic about it, if push comes to shove, if they say to you, well, look, we can definitely deliver your furniture on Sunday, but you'll have to put the feet on or get someone round to do it, or potentially you might have to wait another month for the furniture, would you seriously prefer to wait for the month?
I don't mind, to be honest, Jonathan, because until today I haven't made any, I haven't booked to someone to come and get rid of my old sofa. I don't know what to do, to be honest. I'm just, in a really, really hard situation, I have to book for someone to come to take the sofa because I can't do it.
Yeah.
And on the other hand, I don't know if they're going to do it on Sunday or not.
Well, look, I can tell you're worried about it. So what I'd like to do, Miles, can we just get a bit of detail?
Yes.
Can we contact this retailer? And I think we need to just say, Karima lives on her own with a 12-year-old son. She hasn't got the ability to be able to put the feet on. She doesn't feel confident about it. Can you please just give her a confirmed date when one of your own drivers can turn up who can actually put the feet on? Because she doesn't want to be left in a position where suddenly she's got all this furniture being delivered that she then can't use, and she's then got to start trying to find someone who can come and put the feet on.
Yeah, we'll get on to that now. It's going to be interesting to see what they say in terms of that, isn't it?
It is, absolutely. So it's a strange one. I do recognise that we're a combination of coronavirus and lack of staff generally may well be causing companies to say, well, look, how do we make the best of a bad situation? What kind of solutions can we find? And it may well be they have decided to subcontract some of their work. But if it then means they're not being able to do what the customer would expect them to do, then I can understand why that would be frustrating for the customer. Leave it with us. Karima, I'll pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail, OK?
Okay, thank you. Can I add something, Jonathan, please?
Yeah, very briefly.
Yeah, I don't mind to wait as long as they just, give me the confirmation because I don't want to
I sense that.
old sofa.
Yeah,
and just, the living room will be empty without any sofa.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We will say to them, you would... Now, last year, John spent £750 on a family-sized tent. He did notice that the bag this tent came in was, well, it was a bit of a tight fit. So he knew it was going to be fun and games trying to get the tent back into the bag. But when he finally came to use the tent for the first time, he really wasn't expecting this to happen.
Come to put the thing away again, rolled it up. Went in the bag okay, but then the bag sort of rolled away from me. Like I say, it's 37 kilos, this thing. And I reached for the strap of the bag as it rolled away. And then the strap sort of tore in my hand, at which point I'm thinking, oh, whoops, there's my £750 tent and its bag failed on the first use and couldn't quite understand it and looked at the tear and thought, OK, perhaps, it's not designed for that kind of pull on it, really. So I get in touch with the company and find out what the escalation process is for, maybe getting a repaired bag or getting a replacement. Contacted them. What they said to me, said, OK, let's take your details. And I said, look, I can get your photo as well, if that helps. And then while I was taking the photo, I had a closer look at one of the photos of the tear, and I actually noticed that the strap was actually previously repaired. At that point, my view suddenly changed. This isn't my fault anymore. They've sold me a repaired item.
Yeah, well, John wasn't happy at all. He said he purchased the tent as a brand new tent, not as a tent that someone else had returned. And he's very annoyed that the bag appears to be a second-hand bag that's already been repaired. So he understandably expected the retailer to replace the bag for him, but he came to me a bit frustrated because he said the retailer, they were asking him to jump through all these hoops before he could get a new bag, and he thought, well, why should I have to do all of this when you've sold me a bag that clearly wasn't brand new? I went off to have a word with the retailer on his behalf. To be fair to them, they seem to have completely changed their tune and are now falling over themselves to get things sorted out. Let's find out what the latest is, because John's back on the JVS show. Hello, John.
Yeah, good morning, JVS.
What's happened since our conversation yesterday, then?
Oh, a lot's happened, Jonathan. As we discussed yesterday, got a delivery yesterday afternoon. A new bag. There is a but no, it's a minor one, really. I'm happy with what the company's done. They've, fulfilled their promise to ship me a new bag, and it is a new bag. It looks like they've sacrificed a tent that was previously in it. And that's no big deal, is it? It's a new bag from a new tent.
Well, as long as another customer doesn't end up getting your old repaired bag as their new bag.
Well, no, they've told me to hang on to the old bag.
Oh, right.
And basically said, keep it as a spare kind of thing or dispose of it. But become quite an expert on the strap stitchings, and I thought I'd have a closer look on this new one. And I have to say the quality is quite poor, and I can understand why it tore in the first instance on the original bag. I have communicated that to the company, and I've said I'll send them some photos of it. But I'll be honest, I'm very happy with their response. I've stated that to them. I said I'm very, very pleased that they shipped me a replacement bag.
Yes, I mean, I guess look, it's not ideal. The bag should be up to the job. I completely get that. However, the bag, of course, itself doesn't necessarily affect your ability to use the product. They could argue. I completely accept that you want to keep it in the bag to protect it and all that kind of stuff. I completely get that. But I guess the positive way of looking at this is at least now you know there is a weakness with the strap. You won't rely on the strap when you're putting the tent into that bag. You'll do so, I presume, in a gentle way that doesn't involve putting a lot of weight on that strap.
Yes, I think that's the way forward. And like I did say to the company, I said I will send you some photos of the poor stitching. I think you've probably got an issue of quality control going on that you might want to address, because I dare say they'll get multiple throwbacks with this item. So yeah, but equally so, I'm very appreciative of your efforts and the company's efforts subsequently to, furnish me with a new bag. And also, there's even better news, because they gave me £120 off as well.
What?
Yeah, they refunded me £120 for, all the hassle that I had to deal with to get to this point.
Well, you can't say fairer than that. So just be gentle with that new bag if I were you, and enjoy your now reduced tent.
Yeah, very, very happy in the end. Obviously it wasn't ideal how it happened, but, with your intervention, it's been great. Really, really helpful.
Super. Very happy to help. I will thank the retailer. I will give them the horn. If you have any other problems, John, you know where we are. Now, Susie and her husband, Stuart, they were driving in convoy because Stuart was on his way to a garage to pick up a new car when all of a sudden the clutch went on Stuart's vehicle.
We're both in our 70s. We couldn't abandon one car to push the other, sort of thing. So what I did was to come up behind him very gently. He left his engine on, and I used my car to push his down the road to the next exit where we came off. Did a right round the roundabout, and then approaching a lay-by, the police turned up and pulled us in. They banned Stuart the first day we went to court, there and then, and he told me not to drive to court when we came up for sentencing because I would be banned. A year each, and we have to retake the extended driving test in order to get our licences back.
Well, I mean, this was certainly an interesting story, wasn't it? And what an image it creates. The thought of Susie bumper to bumper with Stuart, pushing him all the way there, and then the two of them losing their licences as a result of all of this. But, I mean, Susie was saying, look, we just need... I think Susie was more keen on Stuart getting his licence back. But she said, we just need a licence because we've lost our independence. We can't get out and about. Now, they've... certainly Stuart had served his time. I don't know if Susie's also served her time by now. Let's find out, because she's back on the JVS show. Hello, Susie.
Hello, good morning.
Oh, Susie, you are a character, honestly. I would imagine that you were the talk of the police canteen for quite some time on that particular day. Now, the long and short of it is that there are two government bodies involved in all of this. You've got the DVSA and the DVLA. Now, I made contact with them. It was made very clear that obviously there is quite a big backlog at the moment. As a result of the pandemic, there is a big backlog in terms of people applying for tests and applying for licences and all those kinds of things, as you can well imagine. And I'm sure if you've spoken to people, even youngsters, Susie, who are trying to apply for their provisional licence and getting a driving test and all that kind of stuff, it is very, very delayed. But I gather since our last conversation, Stuart has now heard from them. What's the latest, Susie? What's going on?
What happened was last weekend, his provisional licence arrived.
Fantastic.
It was fantastic, and we have now managed, because he's got it,
Yeah.
he's been able to book his theory test.
Right.
For I think the earliest we could get was the 16th of October.
Right. Well, so another month away.
Yes.
So yes, but I mean, the thing is, as you will know, I presume you've spoken to other people and they will have backed up what I'm saying, that there's such a backlog.
Well, yes, but at least thank you for speaking to them, because at least we've heard something's happened. I mean, it was so long there was nothing. We didn't even know that they'd necessarily got it.
So in terms of the process now, he's got to redo his theory test, and then he'll have to retake a whole new driving test before he gets his licence back.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
What a kerfuffle, eh?
Yes, and I can't do mine at the moment because I don't think they'll give me a provisional licence because I'm waiting to have my eyes done.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, yes. But, I mean, the thing is, as long as Stuart gets his, at least then you've got some independence, haven't you?
Yes. We haven't got to book a taxi if we need to go anywhere.
No, that's true.
That could be so difficult.
Well, yes, I can well imagine. But it just shows, I mean, over something that you thought on the day... You thought that by driving your car up behind his and pushing him bumper to bumper, you thought that was actually the safest way of dealing with the problem.
Well, we couldn't get off the road, so it was either abandoning his car. One of us Stuart getting out of his car and leaving it on the road, because we couldn't. There was nowhere to pull off.
No.
Or moving him along. And at the time, we thought that was the safer option.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, though, probably the bigger problem, and I wasn't there on the day, so I didn't exactly see what happened, but I know you did say that at one point you had an ambulance behind you with their flashing lights on. You'd got the police behind you. So obviously word had got out that something that was considered to be quite dangerous was going on. I think what might have really scuppered you is the fact that when you'd pushed him off the dual carriageway and you came off the slip road, you then kind of pushed him all the way round the roundabout and we're heading off towards the garage. I think that's what might have done it for you, Susie.
I don't know, because I know that if we'd have gone straight on, we'd have gone back up onto the dual carriageway.
Yes.
If we'd have gone left, there wasn't sort of somewhere to pull off for quite a while.
No.
Going right was where we were heading, so that's what we did.
Yeah, but can you imagine how it looked to other people? He has two cars, one broken down. Husband's in the broken down one. Wife is behind, pushing bumper to bumper the car at the front. Not only down a dual carriageway, but off a slip road, and then turning right on a roundabout, and then heading off in the general direction of the garage where you were part exchanging the vehicle on that day. I presume you can understand how it might have looked for other people.
Well, yes. I mean, I can understand, but it was sort of at the time, I mean, we didn't have a phone with us.
No.
We just thought it was safer than abandoning the car on the road.
Well, clearly the judge on the day didn't agree, and that's obviously why you faced the ban. But look, I mean, to be honest, Susie, that thankfully no one was hurt.
No.
Everyone was fine, and it will be a story to tell in the future that I would imagine. I mean, I presume when you tell people this story, do they find it hard to keep a straight face?
Well, no, not exactly.
Oh.
They seemed to feel we were hard done by.
Do they? Oh, right. It was just me. It was me that found it amusing.
Well, I could see the funny side of it.
Come on. I just wish someone had filmed it, because it sounds absolutely hilarious. I mean, come on, you must admit.
Yes, but yes, I mean, I think in the future I will probably find it more funny.
Yeah, I know. When you've got your independence back, I completely accept it. So now now there is light on the horizon. Now Stuart's got his provisional, and he can start the. I mean, I presume is he swatting up on the old highway code?
He's been doing that.
Yes.
That ever since he applied for the provisional.
Yeah. How old is Stuart?
71.
71. Right. Okay. Well, he needs to swat up. And he needs to make sure that when he does... what about driving lessons? Can he start the driving lessons now as well?
No, I don't know, actually.
I think you can, can't you? You don't have to have passed the theory test before you start the lessons.
Well, he probably could start driving lessons, but, I mean, he's been driving for a while. I mean, he is going to have a lesson, or... I think he's going to have a revision lesson.
Yeah, I mean, can I just a bit of advice?
Yes.
As you know, there's a big delay in getting the test and getting the dates.
Yes.
So when Stuart gets to the point of getting the date, he doesn't want to cock it up.
That is true.
And because otherwise he'll then have to go through the whole process again of getting another date. Now, I don't know about you, but I think the driving test has probably changed a bit since I passed my test.
Oh, absolutely.
And we all pick up one or two bad habits, like being pushed down a dual carriageway in a broken down car. But you know what I mean. We all pick up one or two bad habits in the course of our driving. So it might be a good idea just to have a few lessons first.
He is definitely going to do that.
Yeah, because then the driving instructor will spot any bad habits he's picked up and correct them before he then does the test, because otherwise, if he does the test with those bad habits, chances are he might fail, and then you're back to square one again.
That is true.
Yeah. Oh, what a kerfuffle. Are you feeling happier now?
Oh, yes. I can see a future on the horizon.
Right. A future with Stuart driving you about?
Yes.
Well, look, I'm going to thank the DVSA and the DVLA very much. I know there is a backlog, but we will thank them very much. We'll give them the horn. If you have any other problems, please get back to me. In fact, would you just keep me posted as to what goes on and how the test goes?
Yes, we'll do that.
Thank you very much indeed.
We're very grateful for the help that you've given us.
It's an absolute pleasure. It's just, it's just a pickle, really, the whole system at the moment. So things are taking a while, but let's just keep fingers crossed. Stuart has a good day on the day of the test and he gets his driving licence back.
Oh, I'm sure he will.
Have you inquired about insurance yet?
No. We had a bit of a problem there.
What's that?
Well, both of us, from when we were driving, have got full no claims.
Mm-hmm.
But he didn't have a driving licence number. So when you tried to apply, they wouldn't let you, because if you haven't got a driving licence number, you can't say you've got a no claim.
I think the bigger problem you might have with insurance is when it says, have you ever been disqualified from driving? You're gonna have to say yes. At which point they might ask one or two questions.
Yes, they may well do.
So I think you might need to budget for a bit of extra cash for the old insurance, to be honest with you.
I agree with you.
Susie? Susie, you are a character. You and Stuart both sound like a character. Do things like this happen to you a lot?
I don't know. Do things like this happen to me a lot? Stuart's shaking his head.
No, this was a first, was it? They didn't actually carry you off in a police van, did they, on the day?
No. I mean, we drove off.
What do you mean you drove off?
No, they towed Stuart's car to the garage.
Yeah.
And I followed.
Yeah.
And then once he'd done his test drive, and That's another reason I
Hang
was...
on, what do you mean? What test drive? Oh, what, you mean the test drive of the new car he was going to buy?
It was a new car.
Oh, so they still let you do that on the day? Did you do that with
They
police?
didn't arrest us there and then. We weren't banned then. It was nearly a year before we got to court.
Right, but so where were the police while Stuart was test driving the new car?
I think they'd gone by then.
Right, okay. Well, listen, Susie, I'm pleased that things are now starting to get sorted.
But that was one of the reasons. That was the main reason that I was following Stuart, because when he drives a new car or another car, I like to test drive it as well.
Yeah.
So that's why we were both
Following in convoy.
And also we picked up his car because he left it somewhere else. So I'd taken him to where his car was.
Yeah.
Which was his old house. Because I'd picked him up the day before to go somewhere. You know, you remember when you...
Listen, this is all water under the bridge. What happened. The good news is the provisional licence is now with you. You can start moving on. Susie, I'm going to thank the DVSA and the DVLA. Please keep me posted of developments. All the best to you.
Do that, and we thank you.
Now, Bish moved into a bungalow in January 2021. He had built-in wardrobes in his old property, and he knew that, they'd need to sort out some new hanging space. So he said that they went round all the various shops looking at all the options and eventually purchased some flat pack furniture, which cost about £400.
I'm quite an accomplished home DIYer, and I've built many flat pack pieces of furniture. So it was built and it was fine. No issues. Took a little while. And then my wife set about putting all the clothes that we wanted to into this wardrobe. Lovely jubbly. And then the next morning, my wife opened the wardrobe, but unfortunately, it slipped off the bottom rail of this sliding. It's got two sliding doors, and both doors have got mirrors on them. It slipped off, it hit the other sliding door, chipped one of the mirrors, and it's jammed the doors in the closed position.
Well, Bish came to me in a bit of a state because he was saying, we can't get the doors open. All of our clothes are stuck in the wardrobe. We've complained to the retailer, but the retailer won't do anything to help. Because the retailer, it would appear at the time, were assuming that the problem with the door was down to Bish's installation. Well, I went off to have a word with them. What's the latest on the case? Let's find out, because Bish has been waiting very patiently on the line. Hello, Bish.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning to you. So, as you are well aware, the company concerned is Benson's for Beds. They're the firm that you purchased this furniture from. They came back and they said that what they were prepared to do in this instance, because there was no guarantee that you had put the furniture together properly. I mean, they heard your assurance that you had put it together properly, but they said there's no guarantee that you had. So what they decided to do was to send someone independent out to your property to look at the furniture and to determine, was the problem with the door down to poor quality, inadequate furniture, or was it down to poor quality, inadequate installation, which obviously would be down to you? They said that when the independent person came out, if they established that the furniture was to blame, then of course they would get it all sorted out and you would not face any costs whatsoever. However, if the independent person came out and found that you were a bit of a Frank Spencer when it came to furniture assembly, and you'd put the wrong screws in and the wrong bits and pieces, and you'd made a right old dog's dinner of it, well, they, at that point, would then say to you, well, you're to blame and you're on your own with this one. Well, that seemed reasonable. It seemed like a reasonable way forward. What wasn't reasonable was the fact that you were then told they couldn't get anyone independent out until, I think it was going to be the end of this month, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
So what were Benson's for Beds expecting you to do? Just wait to be able to access any of your clothes for over a month? It seemed absolutely ridiculous. So I went back to them again. I said, you can't possibly expect the customer to wait all this time. There must be someone else who could come out and have a look before then. Well, they came back and said this. We are sorry that this has run on for so long. We are pleased to say that as a goodwill gesture, we have agreed to replace the wardrobe. And there will be no issue if Bish has to cause some damage to the doors in order to access the inside of the unit. There's currently a 4 to 6 week lead time on a replacement. Bish is aware of this, but we'll do what we can to get it to him as soon as we possibly can. So what's happened since we last spoke, Bish? Have you been bashing away at that furniture?
Confidently, I haven't had to bash away. I managed to remove some of the side trims and the top trim, and that gave me the leverage to put my hands in and lift, because these doors just simply clip in to the runners front at the bottom and the top. So once that was able to be done, once I removed those bits of trim, there was some scratches on the door, because to get the screwdriver in to unscrew these side and top trims, there was very, very just a minor bit of chip and some scratches, and that was enough to get at least one of the doors off, and that's good enough for the moment, because that gives me full access to our clothes again. So it was Freedom Day.
You've been reunited with your clothes.
Yes, quite.
Thank you for sending the photos. I don't know, am I okay to share any of those photos with my listeners? Because I'm sure they'd love to see this infamous wardrobe. And in terms of when you did take the door off, were you able to assess what has caused this problem?
No, like I said, on one of the doors, it just simply came off the bottom runner, and that's pushed the door, and the other door couldn't slide backwards and forwards, and that door therefore couldn't slide backwards and forwards. I've looked once again now that I have full access to the wardrobe. There are these are moulded plastic runners at the bottom, and there's pre-drilled holes in the base of the wardrobe. You just simply screw the pre-moulded plastic into the pre-drilled holes. So there's no way, unless because the door runner is metal and the bottom runner is plastic, it's just not simply strong enough, because metal against plastic sometimes, isn't strong enough.
Well, let's just... You see, my concern with all of this, let's just hope that you don't end up having another issue with the replacement. Just out of interest, have you done any research to see if anyone else has complained about this particular product?
No, I have gone on to the retailers.
Well, they're not going to put it on their own website, are they? But I just wondered if you'd, put in the furniture just to see if anyone else had complained about having had the same issue.
Well, I haven't done that, because the instructions I did keep, but they were inside the wardrobe, so I didn't really the name of
it gets worse. Well, look, let's hope that the new replacement furniture, let's hope it arrives soon. Let's hope that this was just a one-off problem with your existing wardrobe and history won't repeat itself. If it does, we'll obviously have to take it from there.
Well, I think what we're going to do on this occasion is we're going to, when I have a moment, walk into the retailer's shop that initially sold it to me, find some their recommended installers, get this one installed, and if it happens again, I can confidently say it happened to me, it's happened to one of your installers, therefore it is not fit for purpose.
Yeah. Well, that would certainly be very helpful. Listen, what I'm going to do this, just a tiny bit of encouragement for Benson's. They will get the rest as soon as you've got your new wardrobe. Bish, please keep me posted. Hello, Michael.
Good afternoon, Jonathan. How are you?
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm marvellous, thank you. I hope you are too. I gather you have a consumer problem, though. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okie dokie. I purchased a slimline shower tray, 21st of May this year, for my own bathroom. It's what I do for a living, so kind of know what I'm doing. So I didn't want to put it on because I have to raise it. Unfortunately, I've built a base for the shower tray to sit on. So it's well and truly glued and screwed down. It ain't moving for no one. So I've put it all in.
And sorry, did you say you do this for a living?
Yes.
So what? You're a plumber or bathroom installer or both?
Yeah, but both.
Okay, fine.
So I've built the tray base, and I've put 18mm marine ply down on top of it. Then I've bedded the tray down on top. Everything was absolutely fine, solid as a rock, not moving anywhere. It was okay for 3 months, and then overnight a crack just appeared. Now the tray's only 25mm thick at its thickest point, so by the time it gets down to where the waist is, which is the middle of the tray, it's probably 10mm, if that. But it's well and truly bedded. It's been bedded down with 10mm spreader as per the instructions. Like I said, I do it for a living, so it's kind of I know what I'm doing with it. So this crack's appeared. So I've emailed the company that I've purchased it from with pictures and said to them, look, this crack's just appeared from nowhere.
Now, I presume if you're in the trade, you've purchased this shower tray from a very good reputable supplier that you've used time and time before and you've got a good relationship with.
I haven't purchased from these people personally. It was a specific tray I was looking for, and they were the people that were doing the best price at the time, and they were local. So it's something I could pick up, whereas everyone else wanted sort of £40-50 for delivery.
Right.
And the thing with these trays is that they have to be stored flat. Now, when I went to pick it up, I noticed that it was actually standing upright and pitched against the wall, which is not great. And I know that if they're not stored correctly, they can bow. But with it all checked out, everything's absolutely spot on level. So, like I said, I've emailed them. They said, well, because it's installed, I've got to send it off to the manufacturer, fill in a form. So I filled in the form. I sent them photographs. They came back pretty quick, actually, to be fair, and said, well, it's been installed correctly, but that crack looks like it's caused by movement. And my argument is, well, it can't move. There's got to be some flex in it, admittedly. But this thing is absolutely nailed down. It's not going anywhere. And I have known that these things do have stress fractures in them from manufacturing because they're only made out of stone resin. Some of them are made out of like a matrix of volcanic ash. So anything could be possible. So I've gone back to the retailer and I said to them, look, as it's under 6 months old and I've had the privilege of speaking to you before, you informed me that it's their responsibility to prove it wasn't faulty in the first place. So that's the angle I was attacking them at. And they sort of turned around and said, well, you know, there is nothing really we can do. The manufacturer said it's not going to be covered by their lifetime guarantee. But the manufacturer did say that the thing would need inspecting. So I said, well, I'm happy for them to come and do an inspection. So, you know, off you go, arrange it. And they've come back to me after a week of just disappearing off into the ether. They've come back to me and said, well, I think the manufacturer charged X amount of money plus VAT. We're not sure whether it's including VAT or plus VAT. And I said, well, surely it's not down to me to be paying for an inspection because it's under 6 months old, making it your responsibility. Am I correct in that thinking?
Well, yes. I mean, I'm presuming that you purchased this as a customer from a retailer rather than purchasing it through your trade contacts.
No, purchased it privately for me personally.
Okay, fine. As a regular customer.
Yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, the law states that the Consumer Rights Act states that if you have purchased something from a retailer, then the product needs to be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, you're absolutely right in what you say. For the first 6 months from the date of purchase, the responsibility falls to the retailer in the event of a dispute as to what has caused a problem. The law would automatically assume that that you are right, that the product has been sold that is not of reasonable quality, and it's down to the retailer to prove otherwise. Right. So you're absolutely right in what you say. So are they expecting you to pay for the manufacturer to come out at this stage?
At this stage, that's the response I've got from them so far, and they asked me if I would like to proceed. And I said, well, no, because it's your responsibility. My contract is with you and not with the manufacturer, regardless of what the manufacturer says.
Yeah.
I've looked at the company that I've purchased the tray from. I mean, it was like 250 quid, I think it was.
Right.
And it's a big lump, you know, it's 1600 by 800 shower trays. So it's not a small thing. But they've asked me if I want to proceed, and I've come back to them and said, well, no, because it's your responsibility. It's not down to me to be doing it. So I've kind of left it in their court, and I'm waiting for them to get back to me, but I don't hold much hope, to be honest.
Well, I mean, you're absolutely right in what you say. It is down to them to prove that either you've installed the shower tray badly or you weigh 300 stone and you've jumped up and down on it and broken it in an unreasonable way.
No, wasn't there one night, and then in the morning, the first thing in the morning, it was there. So something's happened overnight. I don't know, but all houses move, they flex and everything with heat and contraction. So you know there's got to be a tolerance. The manufacturer has come back and said, yeah, it's been installed correctly. But they said they assume, but they haven't come out and had a look, but they assume that it's down to movement. I said it's not possible. But you know, I said for you to come out and do an inspection, I can't really see how you're going to do this without pulling out the shower screen. Then you're going to have to remove the cladding without damaging it. Then how are you going to expect it if you're not going to pull the tray up? And if you pull the tray up, you're going to break it. And then if you say it's not covered, I'm stuck with a rather broken shower tray in bits. So,
but I mean, to be honest, isn't this now going to be a complete nightmare either way to resolve? Because are you not going to have to kind of destroy all the bathroom around it in order to get the tray out?
Yes. Yeah. Well, I mean, the beauty of it is that I've installed a certain cladding product which is the size of a tile, so they all interlock with each other, so they can technically come out. I've done it in the past, so you know when I've had to rectify things. So it's something that can be done, but it's not a 5-minute job, you know.
I'm being asked by a listener who I presume has an interest in the installation of this kind of thing. What has Michael's tray been stuck down with?
The sand and cement.
Sorry, it's what?
Sand and cement.
Sand and cement?
Yes, correct. That's as per their instructions.
Oh, right. So you build a kind of a cement base for it?
You bed it down. You make the base level, and then you put down sand and cement with a polymer in it, which allows for it to not set so hard and so quickly.
Right.
Because obviously the plywood will pull the moisture out of the mortar quickly.
Yes.
So you can end up with it not sticking. It will stick to the base and not stick to everything else. So that the whole point of the bedding is to allow. Because trays have a certain tolerance that they're allowed to have, like a 5% tolerance they're allowed to have. So you're using this base to level out the tray.
Okay. Well, look, I mean, do you want me to go and speak to them now, or do you want them? Do you feel as if the ball is still in their court and they need to come back to you before I get involved?
It would be nice if you could give them a little push. I've tried quoting the Consumer Act, and they sort of seem to not really aim forward. They sort of, for me, they've kind of gone, well, the manufacturer said it's not going to be covered under warranty. And so therefore that's it, you know. And now they're saying, well, if I want to pay for the inspection, I've got to pay for it. If it's true that it has been and everything's fine and it is a faulty tray, then I'll get it refunded. And I said, well, I don't really want to be paying something odd quid anyway. I think it's 180 quid.
Yeah.
Shouldn't really be paying it. That's almost 3/4 of the cost of the tray. So
yeah.
Seems a bit irrelevant.
Well, I mean, it may well be that if they dig their heels in and they just refuse to accept responsibility, it may well be that the only option you're going to have will be to have a report carried out at your cost and then sue them for the cost of the report, the cost of replacement of the shower tray, all of the costs associated you would then sue them for through the small claims court. But hopefully that won't be necessary. Let me get a call into them. Let me see what I can persuade them to do, and we'll take it from there, yeah?
You're a star. Thank you very much.
Paul was having cancer surgery, and he was having a bit of difficulty with his petrol mower. So in May of 2019, his very kind mother-in-law bought him a new electric cordless mower that would be easier for him to use. Well, Paul was saying that because of the treatment he was going through, he hasn't really used the mower much. But when he did get round to using it, well, it's completely stopped working.
I went to use it, and literally as soon as it hit any length of grass, it suddenly made this ooh and stopped. It has occasionally done, when it's long, either at the end of, if I haven't cut it for a few weeks. But so I put it on the highest setting and still nothing. It was, it went.
Well, Paul was unhappy about it. He went and spoke to the manufacturer of the lawnmower. The manufacturer, though, said, well, it is now out of its warranty period, so there's nothing we can do. Now, at that point, Paul started to quote the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. Trouble is, the Consumer Rights Act doesn't apply to the manufacturer. The Consumer Rights Act applies to the retailer. And Paul had, at that point, not spoken to the retailer. So I said to him when he first appeared on the programme, I said, look, go and have that conversation you've had with the manufacturer, with the retailer. Let's see what they want to do. Well, sadly, they came back with the usual load of old nonsense that retailers often come back with. Oh, no, sorry, it's over 12 months. Oh, sorry, it's out of its manufacturer's policy period. There's nothing we can do, which is absolute nonsense. So I went off to have a word with them. Well, have I managed to change their mind? Let's find out. Paul's back on the JVS show. Hello, Paul.
Hi, Jonathan. How are you?
Well, I'm fine, thank you. I'll be honest with you. It was an absolute blooming nightmare to get hold of this company.
Really?
Yes, it was. I phoned and I held on the phone for ages, got through to someone, explained the situation to him. He said, oh, hang on there, let me go and find someone. He then cut me off. So you can imagine the mood I was in by this point. At which point I sent them an email and outlined all of the problems and said, look, this is ridiculous. Can you please just get it sorted out? Now, I understand they have made contact with you. What's the latest?
So they emailed my mother-in-law because she purchased it. It had to come through her.
Yes, of course. She's the customer.
Yeah, and they have come back and said that I need to go and get an independent report done by an expert in that field. And then if they feel that it's not working because it's not fit for purpose, then they would then offer me a replacement or a refund.
Plus the cost of that you incur in getting the report carried out, I presume.
Well, that would be I would initially have to pay for the report.
Maybe initially, yeah, but ultimately they should be reimbursing you for any costs that you incur in proving that the product they have sold is not of reasonable quality.
Which in their email they did say that would be the case if the report found it to be faulty or not fit for purpose or not fair wear and tear for how many times it's been used. Right. Yes, they would refund me any cost incurred for the independent review.
Okay, well that's fine then. That is fair enough. That is reasonable. I know that gives you now a bit of a headache because you've now got to organise for a lawnmower expert to have a look at it. I don't know whether is that something the manufacturer could do for you at a cost?
Well, I did a bit of research when I got the email, and there is a local. I actually spoke to a very nice lady of a local lawnmower repair service, and they've actually said that it's her husband who actually does the repairs, and that he initially would have a look. And say whether he thinks it's reasonable that it's broken down or unreasonable that it's broken down, and he has actually said he would do that for free in the initial stage.
Yeah.
She said that he could go off and research the reasonable cost, because basically the only option they've given me is to pay £100 for a replacement body. So she said, well, that doesn't seem right. He could speak to some of his suppliers and say, well, is this fixable at a much cheaper cost? So I've said, well, if I can bring it round to you as an initial option for your husband to have a look at it and verify or give me sort of his, expert opinion.
I think that's a very sensible way of starting with this. So get a kind of informal view from him as to whether or not the product is of reasonable quality or not. I mean, it may well be that he will look at the part of the lawnmower that's failed and say to you, well, I'm not surprised it's failed. It's, it's a load of rubbish. The plastic is, very weak or whatever. He will be able to identify it. Now, at that point, that's when you need him to put that in writing. I presume this is a lawnmower repairer that has a good reputation and years of experience.
Yes. Okay. Yeah, I did a bit of research on, and they've got very good feedback, and certainly my initial conversations are that, he's got, this is basically what he's been doing as his career. So
great.
feels...
Well, that's super, because what you would need, and just take yourself out of the equation. Imagine that you were a judge in a small claims court, and you don't know the customer, you don't know the retailer. And you say, well, I purchased this lawnmower from this retailer and it's only lasted a few cuts because you'd explained the situation that you were having a cancer treatment and you weren't really using the mower very much, and it's failed already, and you have sought the advice from an expert in lawnmowers. This person has had 20 years experience of repairing lawnmowers. He's looked at it and he's told you that the way that it's been manufactured is inadequate. It's of very poor quality. Here is a copy of his report that demonstrates, in his professional opinion, this product is simply not reasonable. That is very then persuasive for the judge to side with you, and that's what you would need to have at that point.
Sure. Yeah. No. Yeah. Exactly. So I think we're moving sort of step by step, but yes, we'll see how I get on. I'm hoping to get that looked at in the next few days.
Fine. Okay, well, it's a great shame that the retailer have kind of now asked you to go through all these hoops. They are within their rights to, but they could have just written this off from a customer service perspective and arranged for a replacement. But it would appear they want you to jump through the hoops to prove that the product is faulty. It's also very disappointing that this particular retailer at this stage has not even had the courtesy of responding to my email. I mean, I'm obviously pleased they've contacted you, their customer. But they haven't even sent me a response to say, we're sorry to hear we've had this complaint. We will now contact our customer and liaise directly with them. They haven't even done that, which is very disappointing. I think it's a bit rude. But I will bear that in mind as we continue to deal with this case. Yeah. Can you please keep me posted? Let me know what happens when the independent guys had a look at the lawnmower, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, of course I will.
Brilliant. Okay, Paul, I'll talk to you very soon. Do you remember Patricia? Patricia was telling me she purchased a recliner sofa. It was delivered in August of this year. But 26 days later, she felt the need to call me.
On the 14th of August, I found that the mechanism for the recliner isn't operating smoothly, and one of the seats, my preferred seat, was actually dipping in one corner. Like it was squidged down quite badly. I messaged them through their website. I've had no response from that. They've also failed to deliver the connecting bars that connect the three pieces of the sofa. I've emailed them twice. I've called them, but I'm just not getting anywhere with them.
Well, Patricia wanted to formally reject the goods, and I should just take this opportunity just to explain your rights when it comes to rejecting goods. When you purchase a product, in this case a sofa, you have 30 days from, in this case, the date of delivery of the goods. You have 30 days to reject them if they are faulty. So within those first 30 days, you can say to the retailer, this sofa doesn't recline, it's supposed to recline. I would like you to take it back and I'd like my money back, please. And in those first 30 days, you are the one in the driving seat when it comes to what you want. After 30 days, you lose that right to demand a refund. I mean, you can certainly ask for it, but if they want to, the retailer at that point can say, well, no, we're not prepared to give you your money back. We'd like the opportunity to fix the problem instead. So it's very important, If you receive goods and they become faulty, don't leave it. Get straight onto the company and you need to formally reject the goods. Now, that's exactly what Patricia wanted to do. She said, I don't want it fixed. You know, this is a brand new sofa. I don't feel it's up to scratch at all. I just want them to take it back and I want my money back. So I went to have a word with the company on Patricia's behalf. But how did I get on? She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Patricia.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So as you are well aware, the company concerned is Furniture Village.
Yes.
They came back to say our customer care team are currently in contact with Patricia and have ordered the parts required to rectify the issue. It appears that the attachment arms were missing when the chair was delivered, which has caused it to malfunction. We can only apologise and are trying to ensure that the new parts reach the customer as soon as possible. If Patricia is not happy to wait for the bars to be delivered and for the chair to be repaired, we will of course arrange a collection and a full refund. Well, it was the latter option that you wanted to go for. You didn't want them fixing it because it wasn't just the bars, was it? The seams are coming apart, one of the cushions is sinking. You just felt, I sensed from you as if you'd purchased a bit of a lemon.
Absolutely.
So you wanted them to take it away and get your money back. Now, the only slight issue that you and I talked about last time was how would it work in terms of you've now got the furniture. If you're going to go and buy furniture elsewhere, the chances are most furniture companies, they will tell you, and I think there's quite a problem getting a lot of furniture into the country for some retailers, as you can probably imagine at the moment.
Yeah.
So the lead time can be quite a few weeks, at least 6 to 8, I would imagine.
And considerably more.
Yeah, I would imagine that a lot of them are saying we are struggling to get stuff in. So what I didn't want was for you to end up having to, sit on the floor because your Furniture Village sofa has gone back. You've got your money back, but you've then got nothing to sit on. So I went back to Furniture Village and just kind of put this to them and said, look, based on the circumstances, would they be prepared to allow you to keep the furniture for something to sit on, albeit broken, but at least something to sit on, until you've got an idea as to when your new sofa is going to be delivered? Well, they've been very good. They've come back. They say, we are quite happy for Patricia to keep the furniture until she has been able to organise some replacement furniture, although we would not be able to process any refund of monies until the goods have been collected.
Right.
We would also ask that Patricia keeps us updated with regards to the lead time for her replacement furniture. Now, I think that's perfectly reasonable. They're happy to take it back, they're happy to give you a full refund, and they're also happy to leave the furniture with you until the new stuff turns up, but they obviously are not going to leave you with free furniture.
No, of course not.
Yeah. So
I wouldn't be able to accommodate them anyway.
Sorry, say that again?
I wouldn't be able to accommodate 2 sofas.
No. But what I mean is they're not prepared to give you the refund until they've got the sofa back.
Yeah.
Which I think is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
So that's the option, really. You can either hang on to what you've got now until closer to the collection date, at which point you get back onto Furniture Village. They will then organise collection of the furniture and then refund you.
Right.
If it's a case of you need the money back now before you can purchase something else, then obviously understand that is then going to leave you without any furniture because they will, they'll come and take the furniture away at that point.
Okay. It's just a pity they're not telling me this.
Has nobody called you at all?
No. I've had nothing from them. I had an email on Monday, but that was about the connection bars. And they're saying 12 weeks delivery on those.
Well, that's a real shame because you would like to think that they would have been on the phone to you trying to resolve this and trying to get the line of communication open. That's very disappointing. Would you like me to drop them another line just to say, look, that's all great. Can you liaise directly with Patricia so that she can agree to whatever she feels is the best thing to do?
That's the only sensible solution. Yes, please.
What are you inclined to do?
At the moment, While I'm looking for another sofa, I think I'll have to keep this one for the time being.
Well, it just about. I mean, I'm not in charge of your cash flow situation.
Exactly. I'll have to look at that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think I would be more inclined to hang on to what I'd got, so I've got something to sit on, and then stick the new furniture on. You know, I don't know whether whether you would have to pay for the furniture in full before they give you an idea as to when it's going to be delivered, or I don't know if you pay a deposit and then the balance as soon as they say, yeah, we're going to deliver it to you tomorrow. I don't know how it works. It would depend on which retailer you're dealing with.
Yeah.
So
it will depend on the store.
Have you had a look at different furniture?
Only online. I've not been able to get to any furniture shops.
Well, you must. Please don't buy it just having seen it online.
Oh, no. I will not be buying before I sit on them.
No, exactly. Go and have a look at the furniture. I would advise you to ask all of the questions to the salespeople. The very important question being, what is the structure of this furniture? What's it made with? Is it made with hardwood? Ask where it is made.
Yes.
So much furniture now is they describe it as Italian leather furniture. Most of it is manufactured in China.
Yes.
And then it goes via Italy on the way here. But it's just cheap Chinese furniture that is made out of cheap pallet wood that, to be honest, is not going to give very much support or longevity at all. So I would certainly ask all of those questions, but very importantly, sit on it and make sure it's comfortable.
Yes, absolutely. That's number one.
Yeah, okay. Patricia, listen, leave it with me. I'll contact them this afternoon and just ask them to please get the line of communication going with you.
Yes, please.
And let's catch up next week and see what's been agreed, okay? Morning, Anthony.
Morning.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Right. I took out a phone contract in 2013, about 2 months after I lost my wife. And I've had the same number ever since. And it's on a contract. Every 2 years you can upgrade for a new phone.
Yeah.
Since I've got remarried, and so in December of 2017, with the same company, I got a phone deal for my wife. But we had a little problem recently with that, and we sorted that out with the company. And then I noticed on my account there was still money coming out for more than one contract, which should have been mine.
Sorry, let me just stop you there, just make sure I'm clear of this. So the original phone contract you took out in 2013, you then added another phone to it in 2017?
Yes.
Okay, and was that on the same contract?
That was for my wife, but with the same company, with the same phone company, but being paid obviously separately.
So was this this was a separate contract then?
Yes.
What's your wife's name?
Margarita.
Margarita. So you got Margarita a phone with the same provider.
Yes.
But a different contract and a different number in 2017.
Yes.
Okay. So what's gone wrong now?
Well, I noticed that there was my contract is for £30 and a few pence per month. My wife was for £27 per month.
Yeah.
And I noticed there was a payment of £25 a month. So I visited the store in St Albans.
Okay, I don't need any detail as to where the store is. So you saw this. When did you notice a separate £25 a month payment coming out?
After I had the small problem with my wife's phone.
Which was when?
Sorry?
Which was when?
About 6 weeks ago.
Oh, okay.
Which we managed to resolve anyway. So there should have only been one payment coming out for this company for a phone contract, which would have been for my phone. But I noticed there was one for this £25. So
no, but hang on. What I'm not understanding, you've got 2 phones with this company.
Yes.
One costing £30 a month, one costing £27 a month. Now you're saying you noticed a third payment coming out of £25 a month. Right.
Yes.
But you've still got 2 phones, one for you and one for Margarita.
Yes, that's all we've ever had. Just one for me that I've had since 2013.
And Margarita's still got the phone as well?
Yes, she's still got hers. She's now on SIM only. So we know...
Okay, so hang on a second. So when did she switch from having a contract to being just SIM only?
That was maybe about 2 months ago now.
Okay, fine. But there's still... So you're paying the SIM only, you're paying... How much do you pay for the SIM only?
Well, the SIM only is £10, but because they had overcharged us and not informed us that the contract had run out, they now give us... Because they owed us the money for that, for overcharging us. So we've got that. We're not paying for that at all. That's on credit for 12 months.
Right.
Okay. So there should have been only one payment coming out of the bank. And when I looked, there was still 2. So I visited the store and they said, no, there's only one. And I showed them my bank statement online. And she said, well, you need to phone your bank. So I phoned my bank.
Why would you? Hang on a minute. This is a direct debit, not a standing order.
Well, I just needed to find out why there was...
No, hang on a second. This is a direct debit, not a standing order, yes?
I'm assuming so, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, the way a direct debit works, the difference between a direct debit and a standing order is a direct debit is when a company puts their hand into your bank account and takes money from it. A standing order is when your bank takes a lump of money and puts it in another account. So if it's a direct debit, then this phone company are taking £25 from your bank that they are not entitled to take, based on what you're telling me. So they are the ones that need to stop it. I mean, you can absolutely speak to your bank and say, can you please not let them have that money? But all I see that causing is a whole load of problems where your phone provider is then going to say, why aren't you paying what you owe us? And you're then going to start getting debt collection letters and the next thing. So it would be far better for them to recognise that they should not be taking that £25 and just stop taking it.
Well, that's done now. I've spoken to the bank and they told me that there was 3 payments coming out for this said company, but it should have only been 2. And they told me it had gone back for 4 years till the August of when I'd gone in for a phone upgrade, because it's every 2 years.
Yeah.
So from 2000 to 13, 15, obviously 17. And they put me on a separate contract for a new phone and a new contract. But
so you hadn't noticed that you were paying for a third phone that you don't have?
No, that's right, because I'm not looking for anything that I'm already got.
But for 4 years, you didn't notice that there were 3 monthly payments coming out for this phone company?
No, because I'm just looking for the name of... if I'm looking for anything wrong on my phone, I'm looking for payments that I don't recognise. And I just recognised that, this was the said company. Because they were coming out at different periods, not at the same time. If it had been the same time, I'd have noticed.
But if it's £25 a month... For 4 years, they've taken £1,300 from you.
Yes.
Right.
And I've spoken to them again today to get the phone number for the bill that I've been paying that I don't know about. And they've offered me, the best they could do was, on the Friday just gone, they offered me 3 months refund. Then on Tuesday, they offered me, started off at 6 months, then went up to 7 months, then 9 months. And, 9 months is just over £200. And opposed to, like I say, £1,200, £1,300 for a contract that I never asked for or only ever went for a phone upgrade.
Right, so do they think it's your fault then?
Well, their answer is, you signed a new contract. I said, yeah, for a new phone. I've had this number from the day I joined you to this present day. So I said, and they've also admitted that there's been no usage on this other phone that they're supposed to have given me.
Right. Well, look, I mean, it sounds as if this is their problem. I mean, to be fair, it also sounds like you're a bit to blame because you should have checked your bank accounts and noticed this money was coming out long before now. We all have a responsibility to check our bank statements and to see what money's coming out. And we obviously have to take responsibility if we don't do that for 4 years and notice that a payment is coming out. However, none of that changes the fact that they have taken £25 a month from you for 4 years for something that you haven't got.
Yes.
Right, well, let's go and have a little word. Right, Miles?
Yes.
I mean, this is quite remarkable, really. Yeah. Can we get some detail and go and have a word with this phone provider, please?
I think that's the best thing to do, isn't it?
Anthony, I'll pass you back to Miles. We'll get some detail.
OK, thank you.
Hang on there, please. Now, Maria ordered a new back door. It was going to cost about £2,500. She paid a deposit to the company of £575. That was back in September of 2020. Well, its delivery was delayed. When it finally did arrive in mid-October, well, Maria said pretty much everything was wrong with it.
The window didn't fit properly. The infill that should have clipped the door and the window together was too small, but they managed to clip it together by leaving gaps on each side. And then, oh, God, we found that it was cream inside and out, but I said, that's okay, I can live with that. But when it came to the door panel, it was white inside and outside and the wrong design.
Well, Maria said the manager of the company came round to have a look at it and said, OK, well, we'll get things sorted out, and agreed a date to come back with a replacement door and window. Well, Maria warned them at the time she was worried about the weather, but they said, no, don't worry, it'll be fine. But she said it wasn't fine. When they did the job, all the rain was coming into her house and she was very unhappy about it. And she said after they had finished doing the second installation, she said, well, there were still loads of problems with it. She wasn't happy at all. And it was at this point she'd had enough, which is why she contacted me. And I'm afraid to say the fun and games has continued. Maria's back on the JVS show. Hello, Maria.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Oh, dear. I mean, this really has been a complete and utter pickle. I went off to have a word with this company. Now, to be fair to them, I'd never encountered them before. Never heard of them before. They're DG Solutions, and they're based in Hainault Business Park in Essex. Now, when I first contacted them, a fundamental part of what I was raising with them, really, was why did they ever feel a UPVC door was the right product for you? You said that you wanted a door in a certain colour, and you wanted a door with a certain kind of pattern to it, and you wanted a door with a glazing panel in it. It would have made far more sense, as far as I'm concerned, to have arranged with you to install a composite door rather than a UPVC door. A UPVC door is one of the cheapest doors you could possibly install for someone. They are white plastic, and it seemed most odd that their solution was to paint this door. Well, you said the paint was all coming off anyway, so it didn't look very good. So they then came back and they said that, in fact, what they had decided to do was to now replace the door with a composite door instead, which is what I think probably they should have done from the outset anyway. But they haven't turned up to install the door. And this has gone on now for weeks. And for a period of time, this company had just gone completely silent. DG Solutions had gone completely silent, and I was chasing them up and trying to find out what was going on. We couldn't get anything from them in terms of what was going on. Finally, they did turn up, and the guy that turned up, he came with the door, the correct door, and he was going to install it, but when he started going through all the bits and bobs that he'd come with, some of it was the wrong colour, wasn't it?
Yes.
The trim to go around the edge was all the wrong colour. Yeah. So he said to you, well, don't worry, I'm going to go off, I'll go and get some more trim, and I'll come back. Well, unfortunately, he couldn't come back with the correct colour trim because the place where he got the trim from had shut for the day. So he said, OK, well, I'll tell you what, I'll leave the door with you, and I'll come back another time and I'll fit it for you with the correct trim. And that door has now sat at your property for how long?
Oh my goodness, when did he come? I can't remember when he came.
I think it's about 2 weeks now, isn't it?
No, I'm not sure. I'd have to check.
All right. Well, it doesn't much matter. The simple fact is the door has been at your property waiting to be installed for some time. Now, the company arranged finally that they were going to come and install the door on Tuesday of this week. They said to me, they came back and they said, we're going to go on Tuesday and we're going to fit it. When I mentioned that to you, you were quite negative about the idea of that because you said you'd checked the weather forecast. It was due to pour with rain again. And based on the experience you'd had with them last time when it rained and all the water coming in through into your kitchen, you weren't very happy for the same thing to happen again. Now, I was a bit worried when you mentioned that to me. I was a bit worried that based on the nightmare you've had trying to get this company to come back and install the door in the first place, I was a bit worried that this would be a perfect opportunity for them to not turn up again. And indeed, that's exactly what happened. On Tuesday, they didn't turn up, did they?
But Jonathan, after I spoke to you on the Monday, the same afternoon, after an hour that I spoke to you, the liaison officer rang me up and we arranged for the fitter to come. She said he'll be here all day and if the weather improved, then he could fit it. That's the last I heard from her.
But he didn't turn up.
No, he didn't turn up, and I rang the manager up in the afternoon to speak to the liaison officer, but she was out of the office, so they put me through to the manager that I've been dealing with. And I said, what is going on? He said, well, as far as I'm concerned, they've been out. And I went, no, they haven't.
Yes.
So I rang him back again half an hour later, and he still hadn't managed to get hold of the fitter.
Yes.
So I said, please, when you find out, will you let me know? Yes, of course. That was the last I heard from them.
Now, I went back to the company and to the lady that I have been dealing with to say, what happened on Tuesday? Why didn't you turn up? And unfortunately, my predictions as to their response were absolutely spot on. You'd kind of think, Maria, I've been doing this for a very long time, wouldn't you? And I spot the various things that companies will say to me. Let me read you the response that I had from DG Solutions based in Hainault Business Park in Essex. They came back. The lady has said, I spoke to Maria personally on Monday regarding weather concerns. I advised her and yourself in my email that of course we would be happy to reschedule if the weather was bad. However, we are more than happy to see if the forecast is correct, and if it was dry, then we would still be happy to come out and to complete the work as originally planned. Maria advised that under no circumstances are we to carry out any work if the weather was wet. To which I
have a witness at home who was listening into the conversation where she said, no, we will definitely send somebody tomorrow. And I agreed. As long as it wasn't pouring with rain, I would be quite happy for them to fit it.
Well,
so that is wrong. I have a witness.
Let me just carry on. They say, Maria advised that under no circumstances are we to carry out any work if the weather was wet, to which I agreed that would be advisable, and our service team would not carry out any work if that was the case. As I'm sure you're aware, the weather was extremely wet and windy that day. So
it was till about 12 o'clock.
So consequently, the work was not carried out. The service team are in contact with Maria to schedule another suitable date, again reassuring her that should she have concerns about the weather, that we would be happy to reschedule for her. Now, you see, this is what I'm worried about. The weather is now being used, it would appear, as a reason for not having turned up.
Why haven't they been in touch with me then to tell me, what is going on? What happened on Tuesday?
So have you still heard? Have you still heard nothing since Tuesday?
Nothing at all. not from the liaison officer and not from the manager. And I am fed up of chasing them, Jonathan, absolutely fed up.
Well, I'm not surprised. I mean, I'm pretty fed up as well.
I mean, if they're using that as an excuse, why did she insist that she would send the fitter on Tuesday and he would be here, available, if the weather changed, he would do it?
As I said to you, though, because I spoke to you on Monday off air.
Yes.
And off air, you did say to me, I've said to them, under no circumstances, if the weather is bad, are they to come. You did say that to me. And if you remember at that point, I kind of said, oh, I don't know whether that's necessarily wise, because at that point, I just knew that ultimately you were giving them an opportunity to not turn up on the Tuesday.
But why
where
did
they could blame
liaison
you.
officer tell me they would definitely be coming?
Well, I don't know.
As I said, I have a witness who heard the whole conversation because I had it on speakerphone.
Right. Well, look, all we can do now, and as I say, I'm a bit worried that they're now putting in the email. You know, they're talking again about if you have any concerns about the weather, they may have to reschedule again. I'm just very worried
But I've not been given a date.
No.
I've not been given a date. They've not been in contact with me.
What I'm going to have to do...
I've not heard from them, except when I rang them up on Tuesday.
That is extremely frustrating that this company, DG Solutions, based in Hainault Business Park in Essex, have, despite this assurance that the reason they didn't turn up was because of the weather, but that the service team were in contact with you. It's so annoying that the service team, from what you're saying, haven't been in contact with you.
No,
Still.
nobody. Even when I requested to find out what happened and get back to me, and they assured me they would, they haven't.
Right. I will go back to them again, and I will ask them why you haven't heard anything. DG Solutions, if you're listening to this programme, can you please just cut out the middleman for a second and call your customer and get a date organised? Can you please, Maria, give me an assurance that regarding the weather, that's not going to be an obstacle to this? Because surely they must be able to do something to mean that wet weather is not going to come into your property. There must be, when you're in the window business or the door business, you must have gazebos or something that you can put up to stop rain coming into a customer's house. Now, surely they must be able to sort out some kind of solution that means they can still turn up even if it's pouring with rain.
Right. Well, it can be thunderstorm, it can be raining, it can be snowing. They show up, they can do it. But anything they ruin, there'll be problems. But I'm quite happy for them to come. I am not turning them away. But, well, there's got to be a solution somewhere. And if they only would get in touch and speak to me and tell me things straight and not tell you a different story.
It is quite bizarre. And when you think about it, I mean, if you were in charge of DG Solutions based in Hainault Business Park, and you're listening week after week now to your company being associated with this complaint, this frustrating complaint that is going on and on and on, wouldn't you like to think that you would step in and say, oh my God, we've got to get this sorted out, this is sounding terrible? And yet it just doesn't seem to be happening.
No, they let me down 2 or 3 times in the past where they've made an appointment and then couldn't come. Or we'll come next week, and they came. Then they did the same again another time. And yet when I said, can you come on Thursday to fit it, which was yesterday, oh, no, we have to book 2 weeks in advance sort of thing. Well, why tell me on the morning that I am expecting them to come that they're not coming? This is in the past, not now, when they did it before. That morning at 8 o'clock, they ring me to tell me they weren't coming, when I'd got the room ready, everything ready, and they didn't show up.
Maria, leave it with me. Let me drop them a line again. Let me ask them why they still...
I've got a little bit hectic,
hecked up today. I'm really sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, I would also be extremely frustrated if I were in your position. And I just can't understand why DG Solutions, based in Hainault Business Park in Essex, have not got this problem sorted. It's absolutely ridiculous. Leave it with me. I will drop them a line now, and you and I will speak next week again. Now, in January of 2021, Jeff decided to replace his gas central heating system with a heat pump system. You know, these heat pumps that we're told we're all going to have to switch to because they're more environmentally friendly. Well, he found that he would be able to apply for a Green Homes grant that was worth about £10,000. So he went ahead. He had it fitted, but he said there's a fundamental problem with a part of this heating system. The convector radiators that he has in 2 parts of his house are just blowing out freezing cold air.
These 2 convector rads, don't get me wrong, they do work very good. They just certainly warm the place up very, very quick. But when the pump shuts down, these keep blowing and blowing and blowing and eventually blowing cold air out. You have to turn them off manually. He replied that, yeah, but it is only recycled air. I said, no, it may well be recycled air for a little while, but then it's cold air. I said, it's not good enough. I mean, at the end of the day, why would you want to heat your place up and then you wake up with cold air blowing? I said, can you sort it? He said, leave it with me. That was 6 months ago.
Well, what on earth is going on with this? The company have obviously made a lot of money from this installation, and yet now there is this problem with it. They don't seem to be offering a solution. And I have to be honest with you, I got a bit stroppy with this company the other day because they weren't responding to me, and if there's one thing I cannot stomach, it's being ignored. Well, Jeff's back on the JVS show. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, Jonathan.
I contacted them. And I emailed them, and I emailed them again, and no response whatsoever. Now, if I was running a company and I get a communication from the BBC saying one of your customers is so unhappy they've come to a consumer programme, I would, if I was in charge of the company, I would respond to the journalist. I would say, I'm sorry to hear that. We will, of course, get in touch with our customer now, and we will try and get the matter resolved. However, I didn't get any kind of response whatsoever. So I then started phoning the company, and I spoke to a couple of people there. The first person assured me that someone would get back to me. Nothing at all. The second time I called, I spoke to someone else who went off, and she spoke to someone in charge, came back to me and said, yeah, we are dealing with this directly with the customer. And I said, well, that's funny, because I've just spoken to the customer, and he says he hasn't heard anything either. So look, at the moment, you appear to be ignoring me and you're not talking to your customer. That's not satisfactory. So she said, OK, well, we'll contact the customer now. I said, good, OK, because I'm going to talk to him on the programme and I want to know what has been agreed. But if you want to call your customer and try and sort things out, that's fine. Now, I gather, to be fair to them, they did then contact you, Jeff.
They contacted me on Wednesday evening about 6:30.
Yes, OK.
And it was actually the owner of the business.
Good. What did he say?
He said, what mode do I run it on? And I said to him, well, normally we run it on fan 1 because there's quite a few settings on there. He said, well, you need really to run it on night mode. I said, oh. I said, we have tried night mode. We've tried all the modes there are on this system. And to be honest with you, I said to him, night mode is a complete waste of time. It doesn't blow nothing out. He said, well, that's the idea, isn't it? There'll be no cold air blowing out. I said, but it doesn't blow any hot air neither. Well, it must blow some. I said, it doesn't blow anything out at all. It's completely useless.
But forgive me, forgive me, does the, when it's on night mode, and you have to understand, for me, and I'm sure for most people listening to the programme, we don't have these heat pump systems yet. I mean, it may well be that we'll have them in the future, but at the moment, we don't have them. So I don't know what night mode means. I don't know what that does. Does the radiator still get hot when the heat pump is on, but it just doesn't blow hot air out?
No, it's the two rads or convector rads. They don't get hot, Jonathan.
Oh.
It's just a fan.
Right.
And it's the hot water that comes directly from the pipes and blows into the system and then blows out through the fans.
Right. So when you have it on night mode, what does that do?
Nothing.
What? Well, it must do something. Does it stop the fans blowing at all, or what?
You would think that the fans were not blowing, yes. Yeah.
But is it blowing something, albeit not very strong?
Feel anything. You can't feel anything. I mean, I've even gone as far as put a candle to the top of the fan, and the flame doesn't even move.
I see.
So for me,
is the situation with these kinds of radiators then? Is he suggesting that what you should be doing is turning them on and off as and when you need a blast of hot air? And then you put it back on night mode when the room is up to a reasonable temperature. You then kind of manually turn it off. Is that what he's suggesting is the only way of being able to control this?
To be honest with you, Jonathan, I don't think he knows what he's talking about. And it's taken him 6 months to come back to me and tell me that. When I had it installed, the guy did go over the bits and pieces with me, and he turned around and said, forget night mode, they're completely useless. So I don't know where he's coming from, Jonathan, to be honest with you.
Right.
To warm the place up, you have to have at least on automatic or one fan. And that's as easy as that.
Okay. I think we're going to need someone else independent now at this stage to come and have a look at this system.
I mean, to be honest with you, Jonathan, I've actually said to him, look, if you've installed something, why have you not gone back to the manufacturers and say, look, we've got a technical problem here and we don't know how to fix it. Can you tell us where we're going wrong or what's wrong with it? Now, I've suggested that to him twice, and twice he's not said a word.
But I mean, what I was going to say was we need someone independent to have a look at it. Surely starting with the manufacturer of the actual system would be a good place to start, because they can arrange for either one of their own engineers to come and have a look, or for another installer who maybe understands the system better to give some advice on it. Is the manufacturer of this heat pump system, are they based in this country?
I think there are a UK-based company, yes, here, yes.
And have you contacted them?
I haven't, no.
Well, I think that's the best course of action now, because, I mean, the problem is we're dealing with a system that is, as far as I'm concerned, very new technology, isn't it? I mean, heat pump systems...
It is new here, Jonathan, but it's not new in Greenland, Norway. It's been going 20, 30 years.
Okay, but we don't live in Greenland or Norway. We live here. And this, for us, in this country, is new technology. So what we need to work out is whether the system that you've got, is it functioning in a normal, reasonable way for this kind of system or not? Is it faulty in some way? Has it been installed incorrectly? We need to know, because otherwise, if we don't actually... it sounds to me from what you're saying as if you don't believe the installer really understands the system well enough himself.
Well, I mean, he told me, but when I first got back in touch with him, I said, look, there's a problem here. It's blowing cold air. He says, yeah, I know there's a problem with them because I've got a couple of other customers that are complaining with the same thing. Now, are they still complaining, or has he sorted it, or what? I don't know. Or have I got something that they've installed that shouldn't be installed? Because originally, when I went ahead with this, I had supposed to have had a hot and cold system. One day before the installation, I get a phone call and say, sorry, but we cannot install the hot and cold system. There's no more in the country. So I said, well, how long is it going to be before we get another one? We don't know.
Right. Listen, Jeff, we need to resolve the matter. There's no point going back over all what happened at the beginning. We need to resolve the matter, and we need to work out whether there is something that can be done to your system to get it up and running. Can I ask that you contact the manufacturer?
I will.
Ask them if they have someone who can offer some technical advice, and can we catch up again beginning of next week? And if necessary, I will go and talk to them. But I think it's only fair and right and proper that you call them first.
Yes.
It is a shame that the installer didn't do that. That is frustrating, it would appear. But I don't know, maybe to be fair to him, he has. He's just not very good at communicating it. I don't know. But can you do that? Let's find out how you get on, and we'll take it from there next week, and let's try and constructively get this problem sorted. Matthew came to me. He was telling me that he purchased a TV in November of 2019 at a cost of £330. It was working absolutely fine up until 2 months ago when he noticed a fairly fundamental problem with it.
I went to put on my television and all I had was sound. So there's no picture on the screen. I did a bit of research into what it might be. I watched a couple of YouTube videos, as you do, and it told me that I should put the TV in a dark room, shine a torch on the screen, and if you can see a picture, then apparently that means that the bulb has gone, the back bulb, which obviously shows the picture. I rang the retailer that I got it from, for which they told me because of the fact it was out of a year's warranty, although it hasn't been 2 years that I've had the television, that I would have to pay £90 plus parts, I believe it was, to have the television repaired.
Well, as regular listeners to the programme will know, it is absolutely not the case that after 12 months, it's your responsibility to resolve problems that occur with products. That is not true. And any retailer that ever fobs you off with the old, "Oh, I'm sorry, it's over 12 months, there's nothing we can do" line, they're being unfair on you. They are not respecting the law. The Consumer Rights Act of 2015 states that when you purchase a product, it must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and it must last for a reasonable amount of time. I don't think very many people would say that less than 2 years is a reasonable amount of time for a television to last. Now, of course, if you've damaged the product yourself, well, that's your own fault. And of course, you would have to pay for it. So if you chuck a, cup of tea down the back of your telly and it blows up, it's completely unreasonable to expect the retailer to pay for that repair. Of course, that would be down to you. But if you've used the product in a perfectly reasonable way, and it hasn't lasted for a reasonable amount of time, then they are responsible for sorting the problem out. And it is exactly that point that we've been taking up with them on Matthew's behalf. He's back on the JVS show. Hello, Matthew.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good morning or good afternoon to you now, Matthew. Now, I asked Miles to go off and have a word with the retailer, and I gather you've done that. What have they said, Miles?
Yes, so we did manage to get in touch with the retailer, and they have provided the following statement. We're truly sorry that Matthew's not experienced the standard of customer service we expect of ourselves. We've spoken with him, and on this occasion, booked his TV in for a product assessment without taking our usual fee. This has now been collected and assessed ahead of a repair. Matthew is pleased with the resolution.
Fantastic. Well, that sounds good. Is that what's happened from your side of the story, Matthew?
Yeah, I mean, I'm pleased with the fact that they have actually given me the opportunity for it to be collected to start with, and that they are willing to waiver the £95, in fact, charge that they have in place. Although there is a bit of a twist to the story.
Go on.
So if the TV can be repaired, then it will be repaired free of charge and sent back to me. If not, then what they are offering me is credit to the amount that the television is worth now.
Mm-hmm.
Not what I paid for it, what it's worth now. So that could be £100. In which case I'd have to put my hand in my pocket to go and get another TV.
Yes. And they are perfectly within their rights to do that.
Right.
Of course, because what they would say, if, for example, I mean, let's hope they can fix it. That's the ideal solution. If they can't fix it, and there is a chance they won't be able to, because a lot of these products, I mean, you were saying this wasn't a particularly, in the grand scheme of things, this wasn't a top-end TV, was it, Matthew?
No.
It was at the lower end of things. So it may well be that it's not very repairable. If it's not, then they are perfectly within their rights at that point to offer you a cash settlement for the use that you have not reasonably enjoyed from the product. Now, this TV was 330 quid. Let's just work out roughly, just so we all know, if they do come back to you with an offer, if we all have an idea in our minds as to what would be reasonable. 330 quid. How big is the TV?
It's a 43-inch, I believe. 43
inches. Now, I don't know, if I was to look now at a 43-inch TV, let me just have a look, 43-inch, is it a smart TV?
Yeah.
Right, what have we got then? So 43, if I just have a little look on just any old well-known retailer's webpage as to how much one can pay for a 43-inch. So we've got here 299, 449. Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. So I wouldn't say it's one of the cheapest. I think you can get cheaper.
Yeah.
So what would be a reasonable kind of amount of life? I mean, normally I would say with a TV we're looking at 5 years.
Yeah. So then does it not matter? I mean, if they came back to me and said, we'll give you what it's worth now, which, for example, is £100, does it not matter that I've not had the full use out of it?
Well, no, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show you how you would work out what is a reasonable amount for them to offer you.
Right.
So if we work on the basis, let's say 5 years, as a reasonable amount that you can expect this TV to last for.
Yeah.
Now, I would just caveat though, that with, there might be a bit of a question mark over whether 5 years would be reasonable. Depending on how much you watch the TV, I mean, how many hours a day would you say you watch the TV?
Only in the evenings, about 2 or 3 hours.
2 or 3 hours a day. Okay. Well, I would say probably if this were to go to court, you would end up with somewhere between 3 and 5 years being a reasonable amount to expect a TV that costs £330 to last for. Okay? But let's work on, just so we understand, let's work on 5 years. What you do is you take the total price that you paid, £330, and you divide it by 5, which gives us an annual amount of £66.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you have had, well, what are we going to say, a year and a half?
Yeah.
Which gives £99 if we take that out in terms of the use that you've had from that product. So what you would then do is you'd take the £330, knock off, let's say, £100 for the use that you've had, which would mean a reasonable settlement for the retailer to then offer you would be £230 towards another TV.
Right.
Okay?
Yeah.
You don't sound very happy with it.
Well, I mean, what it comes down to, really, I understand the whole settlement thing and that I've used it and all that kind of
Well, you've had use from the product. You've had a year and a half's use from the product.
But it still comes down to me having to pay more money towards another television.
Yeah, that is true.
And if the problem hadn't occurred with this television, then I wouldn't have had to do that.
No, that's true. But you have. You know, I mean, you see, listen, what I'm trying to explain to you is that you as a consumer, you do have rights.
Yeah.
It wasn't true when you were told by the retailer that after 12 months they didn't have to do anything and you'd have to pay for a repair. That's not true.
Yeah.
But it's also not true that you can then demand the retailer, after you've had a year and a half's use from the TV, just gives you a free brand new TV. That's not true or reasonable either. So in the event that they can't... Is it
not reasonable that I get what I paid for the television, as I've not had full use of it?
Well, no, because you've had a year and a half's use from it. So if we're working on the basis that the TV should have lasted for 5 years, You paid £330 for it. You've had a year and a half's use from it, but not the 5 years. Then I've worked out that you would reasonably expect £230 back.
Okay.
Does that make sense or not? I mean, I can tell you're not happy about it, but I mean, it is what it is. I'm afraid that I didn't create the law.
No, of course, it makes perfect sense to me what you're saying.
Yeah.
But the thing that gets me is like what I said. I know I've had use out of it, but it's not lasted a reasonable amount of time.
That's right.
And I know that they'd be willing to, deduct however much use I'd had out of it. But at the end of the day, it comes down to the fact that if there wasn't a problem, if there's a problem with it that wasn't my fault, then why should I lose money as such?
But you're not losing money. You're not losing money, really, are you? Because you've had a year and a half's use from the television. So the money, so the £99 or the £100 that you're losing in this worst case scenario, and it may well be that they can fix it. We're only talking about worst case scenario.
I mean, that's what I want, really.
Yeah, I know, I can tell, because you want the TV back fixed at no cost to you, and I completely get that. I do understand that. But if they can't fix it, what they're basically saying to you is, look, we're knocking off £100 because you've had £100 worth of use of the TV, and we're resetting you back to scratch, where you're going to start with a brand new TV, and we're giving you £230 towards the amount of life you have not enjoyed from that previous TV.
So it's basically like I've just been hiring a TV for 18 months.
Kind of, yeah. I mean, that's the way it would be worked out. And if this were to go to court, then that is what the judge would state. The judge would work out what a reasonable amount of life you could expect from that product was, how much you've had in terms of life and enjoyment of the product, how much you haven't had, and therefore what is a fair and reasonable settlement for the retailer to pay you, okay?
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes perfect sense.
Just for a second, I mean, just look at it slightly from the other end of the perspective. Imagine if you ran Matthew's TV shop.
Yeah.
And you've sold someone a TV, in good faith, you've sold them a TV, £330. Yeah. They then come back to you a year and a half later and they say, this TV, it's broken, can you fix it? And you can't fix it. So they say, I want all my money back. And you say, but hang on a minute, you've had it for a year and a half. You've used it for a year and a half. I'm not going to give you the full £330 back because you've had a year and a half's use from it. I'll give you what's a fair and reasonable amount, taking into account the use that you've had. Do you see, from that perspective, you would then be looking to knock off some of the money that you're giving them back because they have had use from that product?
Yeah, no, I understand.
Yeah, okay.
I'd offer a 5-year warranty, though, Jonathan.
Well, there are retailers that will supply a 5-year warranty. You didn't buy it from a retailer that supplies a 5-year warranty. Yeah. So,
I know.
It is what it is. Look, I would suggest we may well be jumping the gun a bit because they may come back and say, yeah, no problem, we fixed it, we're going to deliver it back.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily bet my house on that, but that's what they might say.
Yeah, I've got the reference and stuff, and I can track what's going on with it. And it does say to be delivered next week, but it doesn't say that it's been repaired yet.
Oh. So it says deliver back to you next week?
Yeah, it says expected delivery back to me by the 23rd, but it doesn't say, it's got like stages of the process. It says they've received it, but it doesn't say that it's been repaired yet.
Okay.
But the expected delivery back to me is the 23rd.
Miles, can we just contact them quickly and just say, have you had a chance to look at it yet? Can you give us a steer? Because Matthew is a bit nervous about what's going to happen. Have they managed to repair it or not?
Yeah, okay, I'll get in touch with them straight away.
That'd be great. Okay. Matthew, I hope this conversation has helped and has been useful not only for you but for other people as well. We'll talk next week and fingers crossed you'll have your TV back repaired and you'll be a happy bunny.
Thank you very much.
All the best.